Beyond Bitcoin Hangouts are meant to give everyone a voice, a chance to speak with others who are passionate advocates for expanding the blockchain's use cases out into the world and beyond. Do you have a crypto community you would like to represent and hold open Hangouts for? If so, you might find yourself on the path to owning a stake in Beyond Bitcoin. We are looking for people who care about people who want to bring others together, because crypto communities are people. Beyond Bitcoin is a movement of thinkers and doers in the crypto space. And if you feel you are one of them, reach out to beyondbitcoin@gmail.com for more information on how to debut your community's efforts to reach to the stars and beyond. Welcome to another Beyond Bitcoin Hangout. Today is Friday, December 9th, 2016. This is episode 185, and we've been doing these Hangouts for about 3 years now. A bunch of crypto nerds get together every week. For some odd reason, we do not stop wanting to talk about cryptocurrency, blockchain technology, and how it's going to change the world. And the difference, as I've talked about a little bit before, between Beyond Bitcoin Hangouts and the other Hangouts that you see is most of the content that you see that is covered in the crypto space is literally being paid for by the coins that are wanting coverage. A lot of the Hangouts that you see in the space are sponsored by various coins, and we really have been blessed to have something like Steem because it makes it a decentralized kind of network that we can utilize and leverage and back our Hangouts by the people who trust us, the people who know us best, the people who've invested in us. Those are the ones that we aim for in these Hangouts to support and uplift those who are speaking as guest speakers for their projects. And we feel like this is a very important kind of segue from the standard means of coverage, because this opens up a more raw and true level of coverage, right? Where anybody can join and be a pundit, where anybody who is invested can join up and ask the questions of those who have asked for support and money and resources to build the things that they want to build. Because this space is definitely an ocean that is filled with sharks. So when you're an investor in cryptocurrencies, or you are a hobbyist in cryptocurrencies, or you're putting time, effort, money, blood, sweat, and tears, you want to know that you're putting that behind people who and projects who care about the blood, sweat, tears, and resources that you're giving them, and that they respect and respond to the people who are willing to put themselves and put that risk out there for them. So I want to really thank everybody for being here. Anybody who is a guest speaker here generally is going to be somebody that you want to pay attention to because they are open. If you don't like the current media being misleading and having this agenda that they never will admit to, well, help support these types of efforts, because this is the type of system that will help to ensure that that doesn't happen, that can't happen, right? It gives everybody an equal voice, because during this time when there's, especially when there's this fight against quote unquote fake news, during a time when many countries are passing laws to utilize propaganda legally on their citizens, it's going to be the people and their use of their voice and their recognition of the value of that voice that is going to take us forward into a better world. And I really cannot thank you guys all enough for giving me the hope that we can build that world, that we have those people, and we have a lot of people who think this way. So with that said, we generally ask people who are going to be guest speakers to join up to RSVP at our weekly RSVP thread, which is up normally within 24 hours of our Hangout. And we ask you to, as a guest speaker, to RSVP to talk about a project or a topic, and then reach out to those who trust you, those who appreciate your efforts and work in this space, and ask them to upvote your RSVP. This is a way that we can gauge the level of trust that you have accrued among the people in the Steemit ecosystem. So with that said, today we have 7 different people who are going to be joining up, 7 different projects that are going to be covered. And we're going to go in order from number 1 to number 7. So PeerPlays today will be number 1. VirtualGrowth will be number 2. Chris4210 of Blockpay. Jesta is going to be joining us to talk about Greymass. Menta is going to be joining to talk a little bit about a special blockchain project that Fadat and some other team members are working on. The 6th is going to be Jae Kwon, who's going to be talking about Cosmos. And 7th is going to be the BloggersClub, and they're going to be talking about their platform. So with that said, if anybody would like to go ahead and start recording, please consider doing so. PeerPlays is going to be represented by Data Security Node and Crypto Prometheus. I promise I will not stutter too much more today. Are you guys there?
Yes, we are.
You guys have some cool updates today, right?
We have an important announcement, yes.
Well, I'm going to step back and shut up.
Thank you very much, Fuzzy. Good day, everybody, or good evening. My name is Jonathan Bahai. I am the president of Bunker Chain Labs, the company which is heading up the PeerPlays project. And today we have an important announcement. Today, we are announcing the PeerPlays snapshot date. The PeerPlays team would like to announce the snapshot date for the PeerPlays token. If you are holding or trading PeerPlays tokens right now, this update is important to you. Why is a PeerPlays snapshot needed? From May to June 2016, $500,000 US in Bitcoin was donated to the PeerPlays blockchain project by contributors in a public pre-ICO crowdfund. These contributors received receipts for their donations in the form of digital tokens called PeerPlays, which later became tradable on the BitShares decentralized exchange. If you currently hold or trade PeerPlays tokens on BitShares, you are holding one of these donation receipts. In the original pre-ICO announcement, the PeerPlays team proposed to raise funds for achieving the following development goals, and I quote, completion and delivery of the on-chain tournament management platform, the on-chain wagering system, the automatic profit-sharing distribution system, and the world's first game built directly on the blockchain itself. As of Friday, December 2nd, 2016, the PeerPlays team has successfully completed all of these development goals with the release of Rock, Paper, Scissors, a real-time interactive on-chain game prototype on the PeerPlays public testnet. The next phase of the project will involve the official PeerPlays ICO, followed by the launch of the blockchain.
Nice. So the blockchain's ready. It's going to be ready.
Yes, there's more to the update, Fuzzy.
I'll shut up.
So, what is a snapshot and how will it work? A snapshot is a way of creating a record of who holds a particular asset or token as of a specific date and time. So the holders of the asset or token can be allocated a proportional stake in a new blockchain. When the new blockchain launched, the Genesis block, or quote unquote first record, contains new tokens that can only be unlocked using the private keys that correspond to each public key that was recorded in the snapshot. In other words, if you hold PeerPlays tokens at the time of this snapshot, you can then unlock the corresponding PeerPlays blockchain PPY tokens when the official blockchain launches by importing your private keys back or a backup from the BitShares account into the new PeerPlays blockchain wallet. So, the important question, when does the snapshot happen? Currently, PeerPlays tokens can be traded on the BitShares decentralized exchange, but cannot be transferred between BitShares accounts. All trading of PeerPlays tokens will be halted and will no longer permitted as of December 23rd, 2016 at 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you would like to buy or sell PeerPlays tokens, please be advised that you must complete all of your trades on the BitShares decentralized exchange using either Freedom Ledger or Open Ledger before 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on December 23rd, 2016. For the subsequent 3 days after December 23rd, 2016, transferring of PeerPlays tokens will be permitted, which means you can transfer your PeerPlays tokens to any BitShares account you wish. This will be useful, for example, if you want to consolidate your PeerPlays token balances into a single account, or if you currently hold your PeerPlays tokens in a group BitShares account, and now the members of your group wish to hold tokens in separate BitShares accounts. After this 3-day period is over on December 26, 2016, 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, all PeerPlays token transfer activity will no longer be permitted, and a snapshot of PeerPlays tokens will be taken. Now,
to make sure that people can close off that side of the loop.
yes, it's to ensure that everybody is holding who at that point everybody should be holding what they need to hold in their own private accounts. So the final question to this update is, and this is one that's been asked quite a few times, when is the next crowd sale and when does PeerPlays blockchain go live? So the date and the format of the PeerPlays ICO, along with the milestones for phase 2 of the project, will be released in a few weeks. For now, stay tuned to Beyond Bitcoin Hangouts every Friday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard for updates and Q&As with myself, Jonathan Bahai, and Michael Maloney. And be sure to head over to the testnet and try out the world's first real-time interactive on-chain game.
Which I must admit, with that said, is Crypto Prometheus available to answer the questions for anybody who is here who has any questions?
Yes, as a matter of fact, if there are any questions, please, Michael has joined us today, so he'll be available for any questions.
Any questions for Data specifically before we move into questions from question and answer session with Crypto?
I see a question here from D-Ball Cool that's asking, can PeerPlays then resume trading after December 26th? The answer to that is no. The tokens will be, these PeerPlays tokens on the BitShares blockchain will be permanently disabled, and the next time that trading will be able to happen will be when the blockchain launches. So Johnny Bitcoin is asking, when will the share drop of PeerPlays be distributed to BTS account holders? So all share drops are distributed in the Genesis block of the PeerPlays blockchain. So the distribution is simply the blockchain itself launching, and whoever either held, as in Johnny Bitcoin's question, BTS tokens during the BTS snapshot period that happened this last September, or PeerPlays tokens, which the snapshot will be happening in a few weeks. Those will all be able to be unlocked when the blockchain launches from the Genesis block. Can you guys hear me okay, by the way? I got a text that said that I sound like I'm underwater right now. Is my voice coming through?
Yeah, it does sound, I would say that it sounds more like you're under statically charged water, but yes.
Yeah, it's strange. I've been getting some interference from a few people too. I'm wondering if we get a lot of people in this room sometimes. I feel like there's some issues with the VoIP sometimes, so I don't know if that's the case or not. But well, please stop me if it gets so bad that you can't understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, it sounds like it's just a really, like they're saying, just a really bad connection. But obviously that makes sense since you're traveling, you're halfway across the world from where most of us are. So that might be one of the reasons why, right?
Yeah, that could be. That could be. I'll probably just focus on answering specific questions here, so I don't take too much time. I know there's a lot of people here tonight, so I don't want to take a whole lot of time.
Well, I suspect that this is going to happen more and more as Steam gets bigger and bigger, and more people start funneling in because they're going to want to know about other graphene chains like what you guys are doing and other projects that are working with these graphene chains. So this kind of is the place to be, and a lot of people don't realize it yet. So I suspect we're going to get really big with. So as far as the time, I have no qualms giving you guys exactly the amount of time that you guys need. So please feel free to answer Talkinator's question. I'll actually ask it since you're having a hard time, since people were having a hard time hearing everything you say. Will the resumption of trading of PeerPlays occur on the BTS DEX or on the PeerPlays blockchain? Also, when trade resumption occurs, will it make use of a new token that is different than PeerPlays?
Sure, that's a great question. The new token will be the core token of the PeerPlays blockchain. So when the blockchain launches, tokens cannot be physically, I guess you would say, transferred from one blockchain to another. The value itself can be transferred in that the ownership of the tokens can be, honored in the new chain. So this is how value gets, or blockchains can basically be transferred. The value can be transferred. So the question, the answer is the PeerPlays token, as Jonathan mentioned in what he read. The token right now is simply technically, legally speaking, it's a receipt from a crowdfund donation. So it's evidence of, that the ownership of that token. The actual PeerPlays token, the one which will give, voting power over the network and will give, the profit sharing features and stuff like that. That's all technologically a completely different token. That will be the core token of the PeerPlays blockchain. And so in order to obtain that token, you simply have to go into your BitShares account where your PeerPlays tokens are currently being held and export the owner key, which is just a long series of private numbers and letters. That's your private key. We have a video on peerplays.com/news that explains how to do that, real good tutorial video. And then keep that key very safe, like you would keep any other private key safe, in your Bitcoin wallet or whatever. Keep track of that. And when the PeerPlays blockchain when the blockchain launches, then you'll go into the new blockchain wallet that we've created, and you'll import that key. There's an import page, and you type that key in, and you copy and paste it, and you hit import, and then your new balance, your actual PeerPlays tokens, they show up in your wallet instantaneously.
And after they do that, they're going to be trading those PeerPlays tokens on PeerPlays, or they're going to be using those PeerPlays tokens to purchase other tokens within the PeerPlays ecosystem.
Yeah, Sure. I mean, a good way to think of the qualities of the tokens themselves is simply to think of BitShares. So if anyone understands BitShares, we're not directly affiliated or associated with BitShares, except that we're using the same open source technology, or some of the same open source technology that BitShares is built on. And so basically, the graphene is very unique in pretty much compared to any other, blockchain consensus technology, in that there is a fully on-chain exchange with order books that you can actually trade tokens on the exchange, on the blockchain itself. And you can also, however, send those tokens to a centralized exchange and trade them as well. So the example you can see here in BitShares is if you go to freedomledger.com or openledger.info, those are web wallet versions of the BitShares blockchain. So when you go to those websites, those sites actually plug into the BitShares blockchain API. That's the back end of that exchange, and you're actually trading those tokens on the blockchain. Now, if you go to, for example, Poloniex or Yunbi or any other centralized, server-side cryptocurrency exchange, and you're trading BitShares tokens, for example, then what those people are doing is sending their BitShares tokens to that centralized exchange where they hold them, and then they allow you to trade them basically while they hold them in escrow. So it's a qualitatively different activity. One of them involves the counterparty risk that is involved is slightly different. But ultimately, PeerPlays will be the same. Will have the same setup, which means the wallet when you download the wallet and when you unlock your PeerPlays tokens, you'll actually be able to trade those. And we're looking to have at least a Bitcoin trading pair, if not a Bitcoin and Ethereum trading pair, available right there in the wallet when you have your tokens. So you won't really have to send them to an external exchange if you don't want to. However, there will also be several external exchanges that offer that trading pair, and so you may want to do that as well. So so I hope that answers the question and doesn't and doesn't leave you more confused than when you started. There's a lot.
What about BitShares? Would you be able to have Bitcoin, Ethereum, and BitShares too?
Yeah. So the process of offering a gateway service essentially that will bridge something like BitShares or Ethereum or Bitcoin into PeerPlays is actually a process that can be done unilaterally by a third party. That's how it works on Freedom Ledger and Open Ledger right now. So in that regard, it's not as much us allowing it as it just sort of being supported in the wallet in certain ways. And so, I don't want to get too detailed into explaining how gateways work. There's really a lot of information here, and these are all very good questions, of course. But I would suggest, going back and looking through obviously a lot of the material that we've put out over the last few months. And if you have any other sort of specific questions regarding the technology itself, I would suggest heading to our Rocket Chat channel, which is https://peerplays.chat. And there's usually some knowledgeable people in that room at any given time, or if there isn't, leave your question there, and one of us will try to give you a good explanation or point you to the answer that you're looking for.
Did that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
Can you use the Windows Lite wallet as well as Freedom Ledger and Open Ledger to do the initial transfer?
Yes. For those of you who are very hardcore about privacy and security, like I'm sure Brindle Swan is, anyone who's using the downloadable wallet, yes, of course. We usually just say Freedom Ledger and Open Ledger because I think that's what about 90-95% of people use. But ultimately, as long as you control the keys, to your account, that's the important thing.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? G Chicken asks here. Here, I'm going to go ahead and ask from my cell phone. Am I still cutting out a lot?
I've been hearing you cutting out a lot, but I wasn't sure if that was a relic of my own problems that seem to be affecting where I'm sitting here. So.
Yeah, I think that we've reached the point where Fuzzy has to get a new computer. I'm just going to have to do it. Okay, so anyway, I can ask. That's fine. I've got a backup as always. So, with that said, there is a question by G Chicken. He says, what percentage stake in the new PPY asset does the current PeerPlays token represent? As in, I'm assuming he's kind of asking a little bit about the total supply at the end of all the ICOs and stuff.
Yeah, so PeerPlays represents 1-to-1. So any PeerPlays token that it currently exists will receive one individual PeerPlays token on the blockchain. Now we have allocations listed, which are, I'll just say right now, the maximum allocations in certain categories. So naturally, as we sold 200,000, or as we received the donations and distributed 200,000 tokens as receipts for the initial crowd fund, those 200,000 are all 1-to-1. Every PeerPlays token on the blockchain, the PeerPlays asset on BitShares is a 1-to-1 ratio. The BTS asset obviously is a little bit differently. It is done a little bit differently because the BTS share drop represented, as we said, 5%, will represent 5% of the total So naturally, one BTS wasn't going to represent one PeerPlays because there's something like 1.5 billion BTS or something like that out there, and that would all be sort of prorated into 5% of the total PeerPlays allocation. So understanding the allocations, again, we've got information about that on the PeerPlays news site. So if you want to learn more about that.
So, am I understanding this correctly when I say then that you guys have a certain amount of tokens that you're going to have total at the end of all the ICOs that you guys see, right? Do you have an idea, like the maximum amount of PeerPlays, and then of the PPY asset, and then from there, I think G Chicken's wanting to know what percentage of that maximum supply that might be way out into the future, but what would the current PPY token or PeerPlays tokens represent? So let's say there's a million PeerPlays tokens currently. Is there going to be a max supply of 21 million, and then this current supply is 3% of that or something like that?
So our initial announcement for the maximum that we would be distributing, before the PeerPlays blockchain launch. So naturally, there's a reserve fund, just like there's a reserve fund in BitShares and Graphene in general allows for a reserve fund. What a reserve fund is coins, tokens that can only come into circulation by the vote of the stakeholders. So it's not something we have, any control over after the blockchain launches. If the stakeholders come to consensus, they're basically proposals that are voted on. Then that's, it's not our business to take that ability away from people. If people don't want to vote to fund certain things, then that doesn't, that won't happen because people will simply say, vote their stake and say, no, we don't want this to happen. So this is, in BitShares, there really hasn't been too many, passed, only a handful, and I don't think BitShares has been diluted really at all in any significant way by proposal systems. And in fact, those proposals have brought a lot of good value to BitShares. In fact, the SDK, for example, who's developed the entire BitShares wallet, the one that you see on Freedom Ledger and OpenLedger, that was actually funded by the blockchain itself. So it's really an amazing thing. But beyond that,
it's good that you bring that up, Crypto, because a lot of people don't realize that that's one of the things that graphene chains quite easily offer above and beyond most other chains out that exist, is that there's that easy, not only do you have the scalability and everything, but you do have the ability to give the community and the holders the ability to vote on what projects are going to grow and sustain the ecosystem.
Yeah, no one's really nailed governance to any degree like we have. I mean, if there's one thing that Graphene is really ahead of the curve on, it's consensus. It's consensus in a way that truly reflects the will of the stakeholders. But I'm sorry, G Chicken, to actually answer your question with a percentage like you were asking. We in our original announcement, we said that we would be releasing or allocating a maximum of 1 million tokens, which means that this particular PeerPlays tokens right now on the blockchain, since there's roughly 200,000 of them, give or take. Again, each token will represent a maximum of 1 million. Now we said maximum, so what ends up being the final allocation, it won't be any more than 1 million total.
Does that answer your question, G Chicken? Or get a little bit closer to the answer? Okay, and then one thing I will bring up, Crypto, that I think that might be important if you don't mind touching upon it. There's going to be ways for people to see what the blockchain is spending, correct? So people will be able to actually go out and find the inflation rate of the token at present, different projects that that the community is voting up and down and things like that, correct?
Yes. We have it's going to be all actually contained right within the wallet. So in that regard, the same wallet in which you're playing for example, rock, paper, scissors, or you're, placing or backing or laying a bet in the sports betting exchange, or or you're simply trading PeerPlays against Bitcoin or Ethereum. This same wallet console will also allow you to flip a tab and go into voting. And if you hold PPY tokens, the core tokens, your stake that you hold is, your voting power is proportional to that stake. So when I say that there's 1 million tokens total, then you can kind of get an idea of, the distribution of the voting power. And obviously, naturally, in any situation where, the stake has been derived from, aligned mutual interest. In other words, people who have money in the game, people who have skin in the game, vote their stake, just like, for example, a company. If you owned, a certain percentage of stake in the company, your vote would outvote, as a shareholder, so to speak, those who had lower stakes. So that's kind of the concept. And when it comes to worker proposals, when it comes to the witnesses, the block signing nodes, things like that, that will all be visible, and you can actually, click. There's places there's a place where, when someone files a worker proposal, they can submit a URL with that. So usually they do that, and then they post like what the proposal is, what it involves, who they are, what they've done in the past, whether or not they have, for example, an escrow agent that's going to hold this currency and make sure, or these tokens, and make sure that they do what they're supposed to do. There's a lot of ways that we've both currently being used and that we plan to sort of encourage in the future, that I think is going to really sort of flesh out the proposal system in ways that, or at least the potential of the proposal system in ways that BitShares hasn't particularly been able to pull together yet. So yeah, so there's really a lot of exciting stuff in that regard, and it's all very accessible to anyone. And that the wallet that we have, that we've designed, has been organized really, really well. And like I said, I've been saying for the last few weeks, it looks really good. It's stylish, and so it's going to be fun to use. But yeah, so that's how the governance is going to operate.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time to. I know that you're all over the place right now. You're doing a lot of work behind the scenes that a lot of people have no clue about, and that you are across the other side of the globe still, right?
Yeah, I'm in Hong Kong for probably about another week.
Well, we greatly appreciate the updates. Is there anything that you would like to bring up, to leave everybody with today as we end this segment? And also, is there any way that you would like anybody to reach out to you guys besides Steam at Chat, or not Steam at Chat, PeerPlays.chat?
Sure. Yeah, I'll go ahead and rattle off the contact information. As always, it's a pleasure to be here. It's great, and we all thank you, Fuzzy, for all the work that you've done. And it's awesome to see so many people continuing to come here. And we've known, Fuzzy,
it's just going to get bigger, and you guys we're going to be like, one day we're going to be like, what the hell? We started out with 3 people, and it's just because, we love the blockchain, man. You can't keep us from friggin' talking about it.
That's right. So, so our main sort of channels where you can find out information, get a hold of us, or talk with each other, is obviously we've got the website at peerplays.com, and the news site, peerplays.com/news. We've also got, like I mentioned before, the Rocket Chat channel, which is like a Slack channel. That's https://peerplays.chat. We've got Bitcoin Talk and a BitShares Talk forum, and then of course, last but not least, our PeerPlays handle on Steam, which is just at PeerPlays. And all of our announcements go up pretty much simultaneously. Whenever we make announcements, we've sort of gotten into a pretty regular pattern, which people can come to sort of rely upon, which is announcing it here first in Beyond Bitcoin. So if you want to get the most cutting edge, at least the latest news about PeerPlays, and I think a lot of other projects as well, come on here on Friday mornings and check it out. You can get on pretty easily, and you can actually speak up and ask questions or ask them in the sidebar. Everyone's really accessible here, which was a lot different than just listening to somebody being interviewed on a show or something. There's participation here, and there's a lot of people who are really intelligent, so it's easy to find places to trade ideas and such. So, but yeah, thanks again, everybody, and we'll see you next week.
Of course. Now, I will say that Beyond Bitcoin and all that we're doing has from the very beginning been intended to really turn things on their head. And I know that it's, a lot of people, at least if people feel the same way that I feel, whenever you're watching the news, quote unquote news, they call themselves the real news out there. I really can't help but feel like I'm being lied to every time I watch it. And I often find myself wishing, man, if only a group of people who really care about this subject could get on there and ask that pundit questions and could talk about these subjects with them, right? And this kind of enables us to do that. And I don't know if you guys have noticed, but graphene chains are starting to really be looked at. And that's because everyone that pops up that actually has a team that somewhat cares about it or is really busting their butt on it, they're all over $1 million, and they're going to be going far more higher. There are almost all of them are in the top 20 already. So, a graphene chain solves a lot of the problems that are currently problematic for various other cryptocurrencies. We might not be, 100% of the way. This is still a long journey, but we are really ahead of the pack in a lot of ways. So I really think that the people who are here today are going to be very happy that they are in this space looking at the technology they're looking at. And with that said, VirtualGrowth is another guy who utilizes this technology. Today, he is joining up to talk a little bit about his projects. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to step back and let him introduce his projects. A couple people who have joined him today maybe would like to talk, but I haven't spoken with VirtualGrowth as much as like how he would like to do this. So VirtualGrowth, are you there?
Yes.
How would you like to move forward with your segment?
Just jump right in.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to step back and I'm going to let you take up the lead, and I'll maybe just drink a soda and smile. Try to look intelligent.
Fair enough. Soda's not good, but go ahead. So, I basically continuing on with different projects. I just posted a link and the idea of BitShare tokens, because that's actually something I've been thinking about for quite a while. So I'm going to look for feedback, and of course I know Fezzi will be happy about that as well.
Yeah, I was thinking about this very thing with you, buddy, but go ahead.
Yeah. steEMPOWERtwins Guild has been growing. We have a few members who have invested the max of 1,000 Steam. The Crowd Guild is over 5,000 Steam. It's accelerating at a faster pace than crowd-funded guild whale, which is the idea came from. Steamland is also something I've been working on. I've been putting together pictures from SteamFest. Thinking of taking a different approach and having more games involved to attract other people and potentially attract them to Steam, because Steam people aren't necessarily going to be interested in it, and only so many people are interested in virtual worlds and whatnot. I've had numerous people in the community interested in possibly helping on some level. It just hasn't been enough interest all at once to get it all going, and part of that is because we're in all different places around the world and time zones and everything. Also, steEMPOWERtwins, the group itself has been doing well. We're helping people. Hasn't been as much lately. More people have been going to Discord. Psycho Chica has also been busier. She was the main drive, and She's just moving, so she'll be back, and steEMPrentice will be more active again. Also, thank you to many people here who are from steEMPrentice or Discord who have joined us today to make us growing quite a bit, getting more people from the Steam group involved. And I know there's different people from BitShares and others that have been with Fuzzy as well. Also, we're going to introduce steEMPOWERtwins. They're my guests today to talk about their projects. One other thing on the link that I posted is Magic the Gathering cards. As far as a token idea business, that is a business I've been involved in for decades with the real cards and online. It's collectibles, which is an interesting concept because it's similar, kind of like all the different tokens we're dealing with, and nerds and intelligent people and gamers and all these aspects and things of how they work together. Also see people here, they're interested in Task Manager, which some people have been using to get paid in Steam for doing a simple task. Task Manager also mentions the game and Steam Bets, which is a project that I am involved in. And what Steam Bets is currently doing is that you can bet on the price change direction of a cryptocurrency for the next day. The day change is placed in the post, and it can be looked up on gecko.com, CoinGecko. CoinGecko has a simple thing that shows a 7-day chart, which I post in those posts so people can just see how cryptocurrencies are going up and down as a way to help people learn, and a game where people can win some Steam as well. Makes it fun. A lot of people have had positive feedback about that. Yeah, ahead of myself. Let's see, where is it? Numerous people into that. Doing the game and Steam Bets with that. With Bitcoin, BitShares, Monero, Steam, of course, and Ethereum and Litecoin. Otherwise, I'd like to introduce steEMPOWERtwins, if they'd like to join in now and talk about their project, and then I can come back and close with questions and sum things up in the end.
Thank you, VirtualGrowth and Fuzzy and everyone joining us today. This is our first time being, nice to meet you. This is our first time being on a podcast, so we're a little nervous, but we're excited to tell you all about our new project. So first I'll tell you a little bit about who we are, and then we'll introduce our newest venture to you guys. So we are the steEMPOWERtwins, and we bring personality and life to steemit.com. We both have been on the platform since July and have been dedicated to the attraction and retention of Steemit. So for example, we started with video commenting, where we created personalized videos in the comment section. That was our first strategy we used for opening dialogue. This encouraged discussion and acknowledged authors in a creative way. People really look forward to receiving our personalized video comments, and it's been boosting the community morale. We currently hold the record for the highest upvoted post, which demonstrates our outreach. And through our success, we have been able to gain a few sponsorships, so specifically Steam Sports, Steam Voters, Steam Trail, and Steemit Awards. And we've recently partnered with one of our sponsors, Steam Sports, on a Thanksgiving charity, and we donated some canned goods for them. We're also active in their business discussions, and we kind of serve as a liaison between them and the most important part of Steemit, which is the people. Our partnership with them can be applied to many other Steam projects. So we've noticed many projects that are being developed, and it's starting to feel a bit disconnected. So our solution is to create a live weekly talk show similar to The Ellen Show to form a central hub of news, updates, and entertainment. We want to be the bridge between Steemit headquarters, Steam projects, and the community. And so with your support, our show could go viral and grow the Steemit community. We're going to link an image of a formal proposal in the chat here, and you can always feel free to contact us at steEMPOWERtwins@gmail.com. But right now we want to open this up and answer any questions you might have, and we have some questions for you guys as well.
Well, first off, I will say thank you for joining up and talking about this project, and thank you for considering having a presence that kind of helps to bring these projects to the forefront for people. I mean, that's kind of what, I always tell people that in this space, what we're doing, like with Mumble here, we can't have enough people doing this, right? So thank you for stepping up and doing this, because it's very important to show the life and the teeming life that's growing underneath the water, right? But anyway, does anybody have any questions or comments regarding anything that the steEMPOWERtwins are looking at doing? Now, I'm going to say I do have questions that I can always ask, but I'm going to let everybody else decide what they might like to ask here, even if it comes to uncomfortable silence for a few minutes.
Well, what I have to say, I saw the one video where you guys donated some canned food for that food shelter. I think that was a pretty cool idea, that you use some money and the Steam that you earn from posting on steemit.com and give it away, and just give it basically to people really in need. It remembers me a lot to that one story we had this summer where some homeless people were riding on Steemit, and I think they made like $5,000 or $6,000, and they got out of their car where they were just living for over 2 years or something. And thanks to Steemit, they finally got back their life. So I think it's a tremendous what you can do, and it's good that you girls are showing that and bringing that to the world.
Yeah, thank you. This is that's just one example of the things that we want to continue doing for all of the STEAM projects, and really be the face of each of them to the community.
Is there a specific demographic? I mean, you mentioned like that you guys would like to be the Ellen DeGeneres kind of STEAM podcasts, right? So I'm that brings to mind for me, is there a specific demographic or kinds of projects that you really are most interested in, or that you feel that you guys might lean toward wanting to cover more, in at least maybe in the early phases of STEAM or any of that stuff?
We recently did a demographic survey on Steemit, and the demographics for the millennials was really low, and I think that there's an opportunity there. Millennials are really invested in social media, and I think that our show, being entertaining but also very real news, I think will appeal to them, and that's mainly who we're going to be targeting.
Well, that's really, it's interesting that we have millennials are not one of the bigger demographics on Steam, because that's the exact opposite of crypto in general. So it's very interesting that is what your findings have been. Do you guys have a link to your study on that, or the poll or whatever materials that you guys have that shows how you guys got that information?
Yeah, we do. We'll link it right now into the chat.
Oh, you have it available right now? Okay.
So I have a question. I see that you guys have done a lot of great things, and it's great that you're doing that in your community. I wonder if you ever considered the possibility that you might be able to enlist ambassadors maybe around the world to join your team and pick up the same type of cause in different areas.
Yeah, absolutely. That was kind of our hope when we started this, but for right now we want to get kind of going and get some things standardized and then bring on more people. But I think standardizing our tasks, and so we have one consistent message, around the world, I think is important up front.
So you're basically looking to organize Steam Bomb.
Yeah, exactly. We think with this live show that it could really go viral, and I think that that'll be a really good step to, launching Steemit.
That's very exciting.
You're right. And the cool thing is we're all building tools to help with these types of things like Steam bombing.
Steam bomb tools, if you will.
Yeah, precisely. Now, with that
be like
said,
a steam cannon and a steam rocket launcher and a steam airplane to drop the bombs out of.
Your sound is fixed.
Yeah, it does sound a lot better. Hear that mellow voice of reason coming through, mumble, dripping into your ears like honey. So, out of curiosity, do you guys have a vision of how you want to direct the coverage? I mean, is it going to, it's going to be kind of live like this, or is it going to be, you know, where anybody can join up and talk, or is it going to be something where it's like, you know, a small group of people who sit around a round table and talk? How would people get onto this show in your vision?
So what we're envisioning up front is doing kind of like a YouTube live stream. It will just be Tara and I most of the time, but we do see us bringing in from time to time guests from Steam It. But we want to interact live with people in comments too. So we'll do probably 5 topics, 2 minutes each up front, just of news and updates from our sponsors and projects on Steam It. And then we'll do like a 10-minute special at the end of the show, and then we'll follow with just answering some comments that as they come in while we're talking.
That's a really good format, and it would be something where people can participate. You'll have like a chat box open or something.
Right. Yes. And we envision, you know, a real set like Ellen. We're gonna have a studio, the whole setup.
So, out of curiosity, then, and this is a question that I want to ask, because one of the biggest questions we've been here, the people in this room, literally, are some of the people who've made the technology possible that's led us to Steam It, right? And we're all generally we're a bunch of guys who are nerds. I'm not gonna lie, these are just facts. And guys who are nerds, we don't always necessarily know how do we say, draw in a bunch of ladies and drive interest into the stuff that we're interested in. So it seems like you two are, first off, you're ladies, so that gives you a heck of a lot of more insight than most of us guys will ever have. And number 2, you guys seem like you have a little bit of experience in the marketing areas. So can you give us a little bit of an idea and advice, you know, how do we as a community make it so, especially us guys who are nerds who really don't necessarily know exactly what a lady's looking for in a site like this or in cryptocurrency and things like that, how do we bring them on board, do you think? Or how do we make it more inviting? Do you have any tips, any ideas, any thoughts that were just blaring and you thought, my God, I wish these guys saw this? You're not going to make us cry if it's that terrible.
Well, our talk show, you know, can really help with that. We're trying to build a brand for Steam It and be kind of like the presence of the social media side of Steam It, where we feel like there's not a lot of attention on right now. But as far as, you know, what we think will bring that crowd is if we beef up, you know, the user experience and you know, the design of Steam It, catering to social media as far as maybe photo albums and at least being able to expand our profile picture. And
you just blew my mind with that one. Photo albums, it's so simple.
So simple to build a following. And I think if more people focus on their following and building that up, I think that will go a really long way. And also what one of my suggestions was to be able to see everyone that upvoted your post. That used to work in the beginning, but now we can't see exactly who our most loyal followers are.
That's true. What do you think about the idea of being able to have a steEMPOWERtwins token that you, like, if you guys were to have like a special event that the people who follow you're following, earn those tokens by upvoting you and sharing you on social media and stuff like that. Do you guys like the idea? Would you be in support of ideas like that?
Well, right now we are really dedicated to Steam It. We feel like it has a huge potential. I'm not sure, you know, what a coin would do that Steam can't do for us. I feel like right now we more want to be marketing and brand ambassadors for Steam It, and I think our talk show will do that. So
I see. So it's really Steam would be the primary token. So I guess that doesn't necessarily cut out the entire question. Then it covers half of my question. I guess the other side though is then, would you be interested in being able to easily give Steam and as the token instead of maybe a steEMPOWERtwins token, maybe the Steam token itself, of tools that make distribution easier to maybe because I think I'm not a big talk show watcher, but I do remember when I was 12 years old, my mom used to watch Oprah all the time, and she would be like, everybody look underneath your seats, right? And people would start screaming they won something, they all got a car, or they all got something, right? So I was kind of thinking along those lines to the people who participate in things like that, but I don't know. Are you guys looking at stuff like that? Is that the type of model that you see being able to distribute Steam to people and things like that, or is that something that you don't see as being part of that model? It's kind of interesting to hear what you would think on it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really important for that. I want our blog to be more of a foundation for Steemit and to be seen as and really supported on a foundational level. Our posts have been getting up to trending, and I think a lot of people in a way look down on that, but we want to be supported on a foundational level so that we can give back to everyone and not hold a bias that we're necessarily working for Steemit, but that we really are the voice of the community. So exactly like you said, if we're supported through Steam-backed dollars, then all of our posts would go back to the community, or even in steEMPOWER. But then, too, giveaways on our show are something that we really want to do, and certain sponsors that sponsor us, maybe we can give something back. So if Starbucks were to sponsor us, we can, give everyone a latte or something like that.
That's cool. Paid for with SBD. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns? I want to urge you guys here. I know that it's partially joking, and it's kind of funny to say it. And I say it in jest, but it is true. We have two, well, I don't know if it's both of you right now, hon, but we at least have one person who understands stuff that from an angle that a lot of us don't often get the opportunity to ask about. And this is really, I don't know the last time we've had a lady that's been on our server to talk about cryptocurrency with us. This is an awesome opportunity. She's wanting to talk about this stuff, so let's pick her brain. And I know all of you guys have good questions and comments, so feel free to throw them out there.
What got you started with this project in the first place there, ladies? That's one thing I'd kind of like to know, kind of what your story is leading up to it.
For one, it is both of us here. We both co-manage our brand, and we're together all the time. So it is both of us. But Tara actually started in Steemit in July, and I don't know if you've seen one of her posts, but she did a makeup tutorial, and it went huge on Steemit.
We remember.
Okay. So she kind of started that and almost went into the advertising venue right early on with t-shirts, and she went out into the community and started talking about Steemit. So she's kind of done that all along. But I think you nailed it.
Sorry to interrupt you. Did you have any background, either one of you have any background in crypto at all before you got involved with Steem?
Well, we knew about Bitcoin a couple years ago and never really invested. But I think that's what's great about Steemit is that it encourages a lot of people to get in, even if you don't know anything about it, or just, it kind of introduces you to that whole world.
That's
true. And I think that you kind of nailed it, that we're pretty much the only ones on here being open, or women on here being, personalities and really the life. So I think that we realized that was something that we could bring to Steemit that was unique, and we're kind of just running with it. And I myself, thank you. I myself, Cassie, I have a professional background in human resources and communication, so I love building up communities and talking with people and building relationships that way. So we both kind of just decided that this is where we should head and really accentuate our strengths, I guess. And we've noticed that there hasn't been a lot of videos on Steemit, and we think that kind of gives us an edge. More people can really connect with us and know our personalities. So we kind of one day were just like, wait a minute, we have a talk show without actually building a set and everything. So we just decided, like, hey, if we could get the support, the money that we need, we can build an actual talk show and make this go viral and get more attention that way to steam it.
I love the thing you said, began speaking here about twins that co-manage their brain. That was too funny.
It's really important.
It's kind of natural for you to, I bet.
Yeah, something we love to do on the side is build and design businesses and brand and kind of like design a brand as a whole. And so we've had a lot of fun planning, you know, what we see in the future for steEMPOWERtwins and what exactly we want our voice to be.
Were you able to attend SteamFest?
Tara did, yes. It was so much fun to meet everyone. I had such a great time.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Can I ask a serious question? Like, one of my thoughts, and one of the things that everybody who knows me here is very aware of, is that I'm very much interested in a lot of the stuff that's going on these days with like fake news and things like this. Where do you stand on censorship and the idea of a censorship-free platform, social media platform, as opposed to a social media platform that is censored? Do you think that that's a valuable thing, and do you see that as a valuable thing for your show to be on something that is uncensored? And where do you guys kind of stand if governments were to ever come in and try to get you to say, you know, stop talking about this, or this, or, you know, organizations outside of governments too, you know, of course. If you were ever to be approached about censorship, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, we think being uncensored is what makes SteamIt valuable. We feel like everybody should be able to have their own voice, and that's why a lot of people are turning away from Facebook and the other social media websites. So that's something we want to focus on. We want to be exactly what SteamIt is. And I know right now a big topic going around is porn, right? So we want to bring that to the forefront, and we want it to stay decentralized, that's what the benefit of cryptocurrency is.
The more you talk, the more I like you. That's all I know. I can talk about a lot more here, but I don't want to steal the entire moment from everybody else. Does anybody else have any questions or comments, or just feel free to speak up, because everybody here has a lot of experience, valuable information, thoughts that are going on in their heads, and a lot of experience in the crypto scene as well. Maybe you have something that you think might be valuable for her to know, for the steEMPOWERtwins to know moving forward. Maybe it's not a question. Maybe it's just an idea. Maybe you want to work with them in some way. Make sure that you utilize this time to do so, because you are a pundit here, right? You can be the pundit, so feel free to speak up.
Well, I got another question. Maybe you can help me here with this one. Since you're new to the whole blockchain world, and you probably just discovered Steam over a Facebook post, for you, what do you think? What was the biggest barrier to really get started with Steam and to get a better understanding how the Steam as a currency, how that works?
I think a huge barrier is the way the blockchain and cryptocurrency itself is explained. I think that deters a lot of people from, I don't get this, so I'm not going to join. And I think what really needs to happen is, a lot of nerds, no offense, don't know how to dumb anything down. And I think if people were told what cryptocurrency is, what steemit is, in a way that appeals to kindergarteners, I think that would get a lot more attention, and maybe put the cryptocurrency in the background and allow the social media part of steemit to shine.
So how did you react when you got so many Steam and Steam Power and Steam dollars? So what was your first reaction?
It was overwhelming. I was super excited. I didn't really know if it was real money. But until I figured out it was real money, then, I was just I don't know. It was so exciting. And that's really why I became dedicated immediately, was when I got there, and I got so much great response from the community and support. So that's really what kept me strong.
Okay. So this is, you had to be in that moment going, my God, what the hell is going on? What is this platform, right?
Yes,
Is that
and
what got you guys to dive in?
what really got me to dive in was I was on Steam it, just watching all the posts, reading all the comments for a while, for about 2 weeks, and I was like, wow, it's really dry, and there's a lot of men on here, and it's just not something that would appeal to every person that's into social media. So right away, I noticed there isn't a lot of women on here, or even just girly content in general. And so I wanted to bring the first content that appeals to more women right away. But the whole reason behind my makeup tutorial was to, because me, myself, and my sister here, we used to search YouTube all the time for makeup tutorials, and I know they have a huge following on YouTube. So by me posting that makeup tutorial, by me posting that makeup tutorial on YouTube and wearing the Steam It branded shirt, I feel like everyone that searches that on YouTube would have seen the Steam It, would have seen the success, and been like, oh, what is Steam It? What can I go there, or how do I join?
What's ironic to me is that there were so many people who were frustrated that a simple makeup video got so much money, and was trending so high when when their article that they worked 10 hours on wasn't trending that high. And this is the perfect kind of example to show people, when you know what the market wants, or you can, when you find that moment when you can strike exactly on target, it's so much more valuable. That's the free market in action, right? So it obviously shows, and what you just explained was a lot of things that is something that a lot of people who are upset probably didn't recognize. And that is what you're talking about.
If that was put out there ahead of time, or if any of that perspective was put out there, I think it would have diffused a lot of that jealousy. But I think a lot of it is fueled by jealousy. Some of it is, I want what they want. It's just that type of thing. But I'm kind of curious, ladies, if you care to comment, what your personal perspective is about philosophy, like such as the non-aggression principle or other libertarian concepts. Did you get that?
She might be talking
no,
and not pushing the push to talk button.
No, we heard you.
Some
were just
people do
talking
that.
about it. But in what way, in what context are you referring to? The site, or just life in general?
In general, what it's really what your personal philosophy of life really, and how that relates to government and other things. I mean, I know that can be a dry subject, and it's maybe something you haven't put a lot of thought into. It's not something you gravitate towards. But it is a common and very important theme in the Steam world, as well as in other cryptocurrency domains. So it's something that I'm kind of curious about. But if you prefer not to answer it, that's fine. I understand.
I wanted to jump in, unless you have an answer, I'll give you. But it doesn't seem like there's one coming.
Well, I can answer. I mean, I can talk to it. We're just kind of talking over. But I think as far as free will is concerned, I think that's something really powerful, and something that's losing effect here, especially where we live. So even just being on Steam and being able to express your free will, and not being hindered in any way, I think is really valuable to us. But other than that, I don't really have any other comments towards that.
So you don't really read a lot of that type of information and content on Steam. It's not something you gravitate towards.
No, I mean, I don't read up on any of that.
Okay, well, I was just curious. Thank you.
I think, okay, I'm back on. I'm hearing a strange echo with my voice. When the site first launched, and going off of what we were just talking about, the makeup tutorial, because it was a sort of a unique circumstance. It was it was right place at the right time. It was an interesting phenomenon. But I the lasting value of Steam being a content creation platform, being a platform that rewards content creation, and that rewards developing followership, being a reliable place that people can come to every week and get whatever it is that you're delivering to them, right? So, obviously it's your task to kind of get in front of the camera every week and create awesome content that people are really interested in. And I think this sort of dual purpose of, not only rewarding content creation, but also offering this censorship-free platform is the potential is just absolutely mind-boggling. And what's great and what I think we're seeing more and more now is that people are actually embracing the aspect of creating original content. I mean, I know there are a lot of people that create good content, and there's a lot of sort of subpar, and honestly, what I've seen, I think there's a lot of plagiarism as well. But in terms of sort of being able to direct the users to upvote your content, current users, the community at large, continuing to come on and produce videos and produce original videos. We haven't really seen that yet. So to the extent that you're able to commit to this and really start to get it going, I think you're going to see a lot of positive response. That's just sort of my gut feeling. I think you're really onto something here.
Yeah, we want to set the level high. We want to encourage everyone to create original content. And I feel like after the makeup tutorial was posted, there's a lot of people that came up to me that said, you made it feel comfortable for me to express myself and join Steemit and say what I wanted to say. And before I did that, I felt like there was a lot of stock photos. No one really wanted to put themselves out there, but I do want to see more of that. And with this talk show, I feel like a lot of people will be compelled and want to get themselves out there more and be more prominent in the community.
Out of curiosity, you talked about, Crypto brought up plagiarism a little bit and talked a little bit about it, and you brought it up a little bit as well. What are your thoughts? Because I've thought about this myself. It seems like maybe Steemit could do something that would be mind-boggling to a lot of people who are concerned about plagiarism, and that would be to make it easy for me if I want to quote-unquote plagiarize somebody else's content, which I call sharing, at least because of my motivation, my personal motivation, sharing their content. It would be cool if Steemit would make it possible for me to say, let's say I want to share the Corbett Report's content and he is not on here. So I can, put in his email address in as part of my post, and I can say he's going to get all of the Steam power from this, and he can just click, and it'll email him after, that saying that it's made this much money because XYZ posted it and claimed him as the person who created it and was just taking the liquid Steam payout or the Steam dollars payout or even the Steam power payout. Choose how you want to do it, but sharing part of what is earned by posting that with the actual content creator and actually pooling it to the point where eventually it'll, at the end it says, well, at first James Corbett reaches 5 Steam, right? Because Fuzzy's just posted one thing of his. But what if now, Fuzzy has posted 40 things of his and now it's up to 2,000 Steam? Or, I've posted 100 or 1,000 or 2,000 of his things, and it's starting to really pick up steam, no pun intended. And he's got an account now that's got 40,000 Steam power in it. At some point, if it lets him know in these emails, at some point he's going to say, wow, that's not plagiarism. I've got a big account full of money. I'm going to start powering it down out of Steam. And while I'm there, I might as well start posting my own stuff. I mean, do you see that as a strategy that we could use as a valuable thing that might kind of help get around the entire plagiarism thing?
Absolutely. I think that's a genius idea to get people onto the site, but I don't think that will stop people from plagiarizing and taking the rewards.
Oh, I do agree with you, and thank you for saying the word genius. But yeah, I do think that you're right as far as it not keeping people, because like I said, not everybody's going to have the same motive as somebody like, say, you or I, right? There are a lot of shady characters out there. That's a very good point to bring up and for us to remind ourselves of.
So, most of the time, as you sort of watch things unfold or evolve, there's this idea that all it really takes is one or two main events to catalyze people's attention, right? So when it comes to one of the things we've sort of discussed before in BitShares, how do we get people to come and use the BitShares platform? Well, we need to offer them something that they can't really get anywhere else, and then we have to have some sort of it has to coincide with some sort of real need, and maybe that real need sort of happens spontaneously, or maybe it's something that we've sort of helped along with our marketing efforts, or our just our sort of sheer force of will, or force of numbers. But at the end of the day, I think that we're seeing now an environment where people are really going to they're going to value a place where there is no censorship more than ever before. We've all sort of been keeping, at least to whatever degree we're capable of, tabs on some of the, just crazy over the top. You don't think you've seen them go as far as they're going to go, and then they come out with fake news. Like it's almost so obvious. It's so obvious that we're at the point now
you
where
just cringe.
We're watching things happen in real time, right? Like we're aware of the tricks, yep. We're aware of the manipulation, we're aware of the tactics. We know that they're never going to give up until they're, ever, really, essentially, until they're sort of supplanted, as it were.
About us.
So, well, yeah, and I think ultimately, again, we've got the tools now, and so where I was going with this is, in my mind, something's going to happen like. We've had recent instances, for example, where Reddit has shut down discussion. And at a certain point, something huge is going to happen, and everyone's going to want to discuss it somewhere else, and it's going to end up on Steam. And then everyone's going to realize, okay, well, that was one little instance, but we can do this again. And eventually, I think, just because, because of the need for this, the monetary reward may end up actually sort of becoming a side benefit of it all. I mean, I think there's just as strong an argument at this stage as to what event or what way in which Steam is really going to go viral. Some people think it's going to be this promise of monetary reward, and some people, I think, are starting to see that it actually could very well go viral just on the merits of its pure uncensored, lack of censorability, being a forum. Yeah, so it's really interesting, and it's fun and it's exciting, and we all know it's going to happen, as we're fond of saying around here. We've been laying the groundwork and foundation and preparing all this for a long time, and eventually there's more and more people that are going to, people are waking up, people are finally sort of realizing the concerted effort that's been underway to pull the wool over everybody's eyes, and it's not a huge leap. Critical masses are usually they reach a certain point. I guess that's why it's called critical mass, because once you get to that point, everything just sort of spills over on the other side, and all the gaps are sort of filled, right? So we've got some wide open spaces now. We've got this beautiful, pristine technology, this platform, these groups of people that are coming on board in droves, and at a certain point, it's just gonna, the trigger's gonna be pulled, and before we know it, we're gonna be in an environment where things are working really well. And I think there's a lot of there's a lot of strength, or at least I always hate to use the word hope, really, because I think it's sort of it can be used as a cop out in a lot of ways, like, oh well, if we don't have anything else, at least you have hope, right? But in this case, I think it's well enough. I feel justified in using the word, and that we're at a point now where I think there's a lot of light at the end of the tunnel. And so anyway, to sort of conclude my little supposition, I think
it comes down to what they were talking about, and one of it really, I think we can go full circle and say that this is why I will support you, and I personally, your podcast, is that you seem to very much care about that censorship, that non-censorship be remaining an attribute that is one of the strongest attributes and selling points of Steemit. And if we can keep that, and I can support people who believe the same way, I'm going to do so. And it seems like that's what you guys have expressed to us today. And to me, on that merit in and of itself, whether or not you want to do anything else, I think that's a great place to start. And one thing I will say is, for most people who are wanting to get funding for stuff, it might be a great idea to start out a little bit and show people a little bit of what they're talking about and ask for funding as they're going, just because but you guys are known by a lot of people too, though. So maybe you have built up significant enough backing that you can get that funding. Real quick, what are you guys looking at in terms of what you think is necessary for funding for this? And how can people help support you on that front?
Well, we believe our first show is the most important show of our entire, talk show career. And so we really want to start out with a bang. We want to do it right. We want to show people that we're serious about this and we can be professional. And so I think one of the main things that we need is a studio with a right camera, the right setup, and I think that way people will take us seriously. People can support us by sending Steam-backed dollars to us or by donating a witness. We've had a couple of people mention they want to donate a witness to us. Other people are supporting us by adding us to their voting bot, and so we can get a lot of visibility and attraction that way.
And how much are you guys looking for in terms of funding, for those who might be curious on the specifics?
Starting off for 4 weeks, we need 1,500 Steam-backed dollars a week, and we will not be taking a salary for the first month. After we launch, we need 1,300 Steam-backed dollars a week.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions, comments regarding that? And
it seems pretty realistic to me, to be honest. It seems very realistic. I think that's achievable on the merit of the project alone and on the value you're going to bring. So I don't know what, if that, I'm sure that money is in terms of running the business that you're planning on doing. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what you guys can produce.
I agree those are reasonable figures, just a matter of finding enough following to support it. And with posts and Steam-backed dollars and donations, it should all work together and work well.
Thank you. And we really think we can make this happen. We've never felt so strongly about this, or about anything really. So we have what it takes, and we just need the support. We linked our formal proposal into the chat here. You can see where all the money, the details of our implementation and our support needs there. But yeah, so I don't think anyone else is stepping up saying that they really believe they can make Steemit go viral or have the chance to make it go viral. So that's something that we bring to the table.
I think it's a really good idea, and I like it. I look forward to seeing you guys move forward with it. I guess if nobody else has any questions, I think we can probably leave it at this. Does everybody feel like the steEMPOWERtwins have been covered and what they've said has been concise, and you have no questions remaining that are of extremely significant importance that we might not be able to cover in a future hangout with them or anything?
I think if it's all within your bandwidth in the realm of possibility, that it would be great if we were able to hear and speak with you every week here, or at least as often as possible. It's great what you're doing, and welcome to Beyond Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't really tell people this, but he brings up a good point. And I'm sorry, steEMPOWERtwins. I do want to say this to you, though, because if I forget to say it, I don't sell this enough. I don't sell the people here enough. And what I need to say is it's so important to recognize that the people who are here are some of the people who are probably going to be working with multiple other chains in the future that are going to do amazing things that maybe that Steam can't do, but equally as disrupting and powerful and amazing as the censorship-free blogging, right? So there might be a lot of connections that you can make between all of them as well. It might not be a bad idea to frequent these hangouts and meet up with people who are, I mean, all I see is a list of all-stars here every week. and these are the people who care, the people who've gone through, I call them the roots to the tree, right? You can't have a strong tree if you don't have roots that are willing to just stick their faces in the mud and hold on. These are the people who really, I can't give them enough thanks for where they've brought us. So look at them as a resource, a gold mine of resources to get help from, or to maybe even help in the future as well. Thanks for bringing that up, Crypto.
Yeah, and we agree. And one of our missions is to be prominent and active in all the other sub-communities from SteemIt. And the community of SteemIt itself is what is a huge attraction to other people. So if we can listen to the voice and listen to the concerns and comments about everyone in every different type of community, we can bring that together in one place.
I want to interrupt for a moment shortly, but continue on. I'm just wanted to touch back on my Steamland idea, which I've mentioned the steEMPOWERtwins and a few others here and numerous feedback. As far as ambassadors and information, in the virtual worlds, people aren't exactly familiar, but we can have the voice chat. So that's what usually, like here, we do a person who just chats. But in the virtual worlds, we can present and build objects, which can be informative and create interactions, and to websites where projects can be presented. And people can visit any time, and these projects can be in a virtual world setting. There's also an idea of an art gallery, but also that can be at a higher level to businesses presenting themselves in projects. Also, when you have a community in a virtual world, anyone can show up and talk together, and they have their own text boxes, which is a little more manageable for personal interactions. And that could evolve into like a mini Steam Fest and Steam meetups. So I just wanted to throw that out there as an idea for people to have on their heads.
Virtual growth, you know what? You've been so intent on this that I'm just going to say I'm getting a new computer from now on, because you're right. You're right.
A bunch of whales in the community have asked me not to give up.
Yes, and the reason, you know what? I'm going to get a new computer. What you're bringing up here is we could be talking in here, just like we always do, and be in Steamland at the same time. Why not? I'm going to...
And I can set up different projects so people can look at them to get up-to-date information. Everybody can give me information the day before, and I can post it there. And then you can look at pictures and click on them and go to websites and different resources as a better way of sharing information and knowledge.
Wait a second. Now, just out of curiosity, let's say steEMPOWERtwins, they have their viral Ellen DeGeneres type of show, and Ellen DeGeneres even comes on, and we're in Steamland. Would we be able to potentially even watch them live within there? Like, could we watch videos and stuff?
That would be too much, because the simulation takes up too much memory in itself. That stuff would be outside of it. But there can be other things shared. It would all have to be still pictures. But when you can share a bunch of still pictures so people can walk around like a billboard, people can, as an avatar, can see a bunch of different projects and slides all at once, which has a presentation value.
That's a good point, man. And they can still, I could say that we could even have in here, in Mumble, we have the ability to create rooms where people can listen to, we could have a room just for the people who are creating podcasts about, Steam and other graphene chains. So something that we can think about too.
That's correct. And in the virtual world, it'll be a visual room as well, with the visual aspect added to it. That's kind of an added benefit. It has been used in Second Life by major companies such as IBM, Cisco, and stuff to actually teach and learn things and through simulations.
Well, and I want to thank you. We're a little bit over on on this segment, but I think it was very important that you brought them on. I will never forget steEMPOWERtwins, and I wish that I could call you. I wish I had your names that I could read very easily here. But I will say I laughed my butt off the day that you guys made that video and people were trolling it, because I thought it was one of the most brilliant ideas that I had seen at the time. And I knew that this is what we were lacking, to bring the female demographic into cryptocurrency. And we guys and we nerds and we people who are like you said, a lot of it's not easy. It's not boiled down to as easy as it could be. And there are a lot of things that you guys have really pinpointed on that I think we could learn from. And if we could have a constant stream of that information from your brains, I don't think that could be a bad thing. So I thank VirtualGrowth for bringing you guys on. And I thank you guys for joining up as well. And with that said, look forward to talking to you guys in the future and helping you out in whatever ways we can.
Thank you, Fuzzy. We were really excited to share our new idea with you guys. You can call us, our names are Tara and Cassie. And we want to continue with the idea of the video because we feel like it builds an identity and invites people to learn our personalities and who we are.
Certainly. Well, thank you very much for your time today, guys. And guys and girls. So weird. And now, really quick, is there any way that people can get a hold of you? Let's start with Tara and Cassie, and then with the gentleman who started this whole thing off today with VirtualGrowth.
She posted her Gmail account. Let her talk and give some additional ways to contact her. But there's one in the chat window right now.
Yeah. She might not want to say the Gmail out loud. That's why.
Well, we're always active on steemit.chat and on Discord for a quick talk. Feel free to email us as well. Other than that, that's really all the avenues we have currently.
And that's steempower@gmail.com. steEMPOWERtwins@gmail.com.
That is correct. And currently we're building a website, so we hope to have that up and running sometime next week or in the near future.
Joey, Fuzzy, when's this recording going to be published?
Usually within 48 to 72 hours. I've got a new person who's editing all these things for us because I'm planning on expanding these Hangouts to cover other potential cryptocurrencies that will work together and help us to create Voltron. But that's probably not the full answer that you're looking for. Anybody can send you it right as soon as it's done, though.
Okay, I want to pass it on to Paul. You spoke to Paul the other day. He's got a big millennial play going on with Quiddity.
I love Paul. God, I love Paul, man. I'm so glad you introduced me to that dude.
Well, this is some pretty formal cats. We're starting to get into some suit and tie cat people, and or at least that area. Paul could walk into any boardroom in the country. So that's kind of what we're playing at now. Got some people really interested in this platform.
Well, man, you guys will see. I knew it was going to happen because you allow people to bring value, and they do, and it's stunning. But Paul actually can quantify how stunning it is. But I don't want to get too far off. Thank you for talking about that a little bit, though. In Genesis, Dan Robles, for those who are not familiar with him, you probably should look up some of the stuff he's doing. And Dan, make sure to RSVP sometime so you can tell people. But I'm sure that we're not quite there yet. Next segment of our Hangout is going to be Chris4210 from Blockpay. And he's going to be joining to give some pretty epic updates as well. It seems like they're always epic on their end. Do you want to speak up, or are you able to talk right now, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. We always have good news, and we always collect it a little bit, so then we have another nice news bomb. Just before we start, I want to say I just have not so much time because I didn't expect it that we have to wait so long and we are going to discuss so many things. I really would suggest for future mumbles that we really are cutting down the time I used to listen to all the mumbles as a podcast, but it just got out of hand. It's just too much. It's over 3 hours. There are other podcasts who are also quite interesting, and I think we really need to tighten that up a little bit, and maybe we say, okay, if we have 7 or 8 other topics per week, if you have so many speakers, please cut it down to 20 minutes or something. Otherwise, nobody really has time, and I know that Ronnie is also going to speak later, and if we have to wait 3 hours just to speak, it's a waste of our professional time. So really, let's focus on that, and all the other stuff can all go into the speech after the show is over.
Chris? Speaking of this, can you bring this up? Can I ask you a question? What are your thoughts? Because I have somebody who is wanting to. Well, somebody that I was talking to about the potential of cutting each of these Hangout segments up and making them their own interview. Does that interest you?
Well, that's definitely helpful. I saw that for PeerPlays, and I think it's good that you can use it for your own marketing. In another way, of course, for us who are attending and giving an update, we have to wait pretty long until we can give our update. And of course, this is bad for us to time. Yeah? If you have, for example, if I have an appointment now at 6 o'clock, then the appointment is useless. So in this way, I think a sharper moderation and keeping all the stuff for the after party, I think is more beneficial for everybody. And then we can still brainstorm about a couple of the ideas.
That's a good way. That's a good idea. So you're saying hold on. You're just saying go with the updates first, and then the after party is just kind of everybody talking about their own project stuff, and that goes off into the 3 to 4 hour mark?
I think so. I think I remember one of the shows we had, I would say 2.5 hours regular Beyond Bitcoin, and then we had 5 hours after talk. I mean, like you can stay here all day. I mean, people love to hang around.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I think standardization. I think you need to standardize it, Fuzzy. I think you have to have an actual legitimate. Okay, so if there are 3 guests, this is the amount of time. This is how it's going to run. If there are 7 guests, if there are 6 guests, and what you do then, of course, is figure out. Okay, for example, today 7 guests. I think 15 minutes would maybe be the max, right? And then if anyone really wants to stay and get into it and dig in, but I agree with that. I'm totally on board with that, Chris. And obviously we've sort of I'm coming from a standpoint where we've taken a lot of time, probably beyond even what we've called the allotted 30 minutes, and I've just sort of gone with the flow. People keep having questions, I keep answering them, and also I tend to be a little long-winded myself, so I'm me actually agreeing with you full-hearted, full force should sort of be a signal that I think it's hugely valuable what everybody's doing here. So to the degree that we can really be very disciplined about this, because the other thing is that there's going to be a lot more people coming on here soon, and there's a level of organization that needs to happen. So that's a good point, though, Chris, and I'm glad you brought that up.
And it is something that I think we should talk about. Let's talk about during the after party, because it is something that I'm thinking about actually quite a bit lately. Just because if you would have ever heard me in Crypto Prometheus talk, you would know it's a little that I consider this kind of like a conference a little bit more than necessarily like a podcast. It's just the fact that we can do all of it, right? But because of that, I kind of always thought as Friday as, if you're going to be needing coverage, then you come on Fridays. You just expect that you're going to be available on Fridays. But I do understand that as more and more projects, that might become a problem. So that is something that we should probably look. I definitely am open to people giving input on that. But I will also say that the more standardized we get on things, the more help I need. So I do want to let people know I'd have no qualms with paying people who help me, or giving you the ability to do that in some way, shape, or form to help us with that. But there will be a point in time as this stuff grows that I have to find the middle ground, the sweet spot on how much effort I can be putting into it, because you got to think there's a lot of stuff that I have to do kind of behind the scenes to make sure that I'm juggling during these Hangouts.
Yeah, Fuzzy, but this is all now after show talks. Let's start with the updates about Blockpay.
Yeah, sure.
Just have to rush soon. I think a couple of you guys already saw that the latest update from Ken. So we made big progress with the C and IPFS. This really allows us to do amazing stuff in terms of the technology. So in this way, we can really host part of our app completely decentralized. And I think we're even so far today that we don't really need any more HTTP, SSL, and even the ISPs are not any kind of threat for us anymore, which is going to be pretty awesome if you think about a point of sales platform that cannot go down whatever happens. So this is going to be awesome, and I'm really happy that we're making here a lot of process, and we are really improving IPFS. And if you saw one of our latest articles, I think we even got a little bit better than the original IPFS already. So that is pretty cool. In this way. Another good update, I think, is the improvement of the Smart Coins wallet. So as you probably know, we are adding now 6 additional chains to it. That include Bitcoin, Steem, Ethereum, Dash, Litecoin, and I think even my favorite topic, Dogecoin, is also included. So we have them all now in the Smart Coins wallet in the next versions, which is pretty cool because then we have a really multi-coin wallet similar to Jaxx, all runs together with the BitShares blockchain, fully integrated. So this is going to be a really, really powerful tool. And the whole thing is a white label. So we have I think over 7 or 8 different projects lining up who all want to have their own separate version of a Smart Coins wallet with their own logo, with their own color, even with their own designs, who are all now going to use all these different blockchains, and who are all going to benefit from the BitShares platform as the main backup and the main facilitator of all the technology. So that's going to be pretty awesome when we are getting started with that in next year, 2017. Another cool thing I would really would like to point out, if you played with the first version of the Blockpay, you can remember once you typed in the amount you want to receive, and you wanted to get basically Bitcoin. In the first version, the QR code generation was happening on the server. So we had to basically calculate it on the server, then get it to the phone. It was super slow and annoying. And Ken and his team, they made it the impossible working. And now the new QR codes are generated on your phone, and they're like, super fast. So you just type it in and it's bam, the QR code is there. And it's even working if you have no internet connection. So even if you are totally offline, you still can create a QR code, and then people can scan it, and then they can use the address later on. So that is pretty cool. And we cut down the whole transaction time from, I think, previously 11, 12 seconds, another 3 seconds down to like 8-7 seconds. So it's really fast if you're going to pay now. And for the geeks here as well, we also added the BIP39 to the wallets in terms of security. So that is also pretty cool. And we are just working on a lot of different things, as you can see. Also regarding stealth, Ken has some good updates here as well. We have started testing with that one. So it means most of the stealth now is finished on our end, especially also the backup stuff. And we're soon going to have a couple of infos about the user interface. Yeah, so how does it work? How can I do a stealth transaction in the wallet, in the BitShares wallet? And how can I use this new privacy feature?
And this privacy feature will be possible for merchants as well?
Yeah, it's going to be, we have to really see how we're going to implement it at the end fully. So as far as I would like to see it, is it's going to be available for everybody on the BitShares platform as a regular tool. You can use it. The stealth transaction is a little bit more expensive than the regular transfer. So if you want to have a stealth transfer, you have to pay twice $19 so 42 something like that. So 40 cents, something like that, for a full stealth transaction. And we are planning to sell that as a premium for our merchants, so that you have basically a premium privacy. We're not going to call it stealth, obviously, but we are seeing a good market opportunity here to really make that a good feature that clients and people are willing to pay in a very nice and easy way to use. But in the core feature, it's going to be available for everybody.
That's going to be... I know that I didn't want to take too much of it, but this stealth is going to be a very, I think it's very underestimated by a lot of people. Let's just say that.
This may sound like heresy, but the fault tolerance that you're developing based on IPFS sounds like something that might be of interest to traditional Visa MasterCard processors.
Well, we have to see how we can bring that all together. We have a couple of nice meetings coming up with a couple of bigger players who are interested in our current work with Blockpay, and among them there are a couple of bigger banks who really want to join us and see what the hell are we actually doing. And of course, we really have to see how we can come to a working agreement here. But I think I totally agree. I mean, like if you look at the opportunities we have with a full working stealth, where you don't see anything. The only thing you cannot hide is a timestamp. All the rest is totally invisible. Nobody can really see it. And with the speed of a graphene chain, we're going to really have something that is heavily competing with Monero and Zcash, and also with Dash a little bit. I mean, like they have a different system, but in terms of scalability, speed, and anonymity, it's going to be pretty hard to catch up with us.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Yes, congratulations, man.
Well, thank you very much, but I think we really have to thank here in the original design with Bytemaster, because he thought that at the beginning, he implemented that. And I think we also have to watch out because Steam is also developing their own confidential transactions. So we really have to see how Bytemaster is going to roll that out for themselves and for the Steam blockchain. But I think it's going to be a lot of fun, because then we really have total privacy on Steam, we have total privacy on BitShares, and then we can really build on top of that. I think another important thing, or an important topic I want to raise, you probably already saw if you're following us on social media or also in our newsletters. I'm working together with the Cointelegraph and with the Nexus Squared. It's an accelerator here in Switzerland to organize the Block Show Europe. It's Europe's biggest blockchain event with around 500 guests. The dates are already out. It's going to be the 6th of April here in Munich. And Ned Scott from Steemit also already confirmed. They are going to have a trade booth here in Munich. Ned is also going to speak, and I'm happily inviting everybody to join us here in Munich. Join the festival. It's going to be 1.5 days in the heart of Munich with a lot of beers, with a lot of great blockchain talks. And we also have already confirmed the founder of Decent, another social media platform who's building on a blockchain, and I really try to get a crash of these two platforms so that we have a battle, an intellectual battle between Steemit and Decent. Which social media platform will be basically the winner built on a blockchain, and why is the other one better than the other one? And I'm really looking forward to that. I think that's going to be a lot of fun to really battle that out. Meanwhile, I just want to share a link with you so that you can learn more about it. And of course, we also have special discounts. So if you want to join us here in Munich, just shoot me a mail, contact us, and we can give you up to 30% and more discount.
Chris, will either you or Ken Code be attending Anarchapulco this year?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, now, Blockpay is going to be made available down there, though, right?
Well, when is Acapulco actually? Because Rodrigo's right now is back in Honduras.
It is the February 25th through the 28th.
No, we're going to be busy. We have a couple of meetups or bigger festivals in Berlin during that time, so we're going to be busy.
Bummer. I was hoping to meet you guys in person.
I'd like to talk to you at some point in time, too, behind the scenes, Chris. I don't want to talk right here because I know you're pushing on time, but does anybody have any questions, comments, anything that they'd like to bring up that hasn't been covered thus far in this segment with Blockpay? If there is no one who has anything else that they'd like to bring up here, Chris, how would people reach out to you guys if they want to participate? Is there anything that you would like to get across to them in addition to contact information, any of that stuff?
The best way how to really get a hand on us is, of course, visit us in Munich and join us on the local Bitcoin meetups and so on. If you're not close to us in this way, we are always available on Facebook. We have 6 or 7 different Blockpay groups all over the world, in Spanish and Chinese, in French, in Hindu, whatever. We really have basically all major languages covered. So if you shoot us a mail there, you're going to reach Rodrigo or me or one of our ambassadors. Another easy way, of course, is Twitter. If you just look for Blockpay on Twitter, you're going to find us. We are also all over Steemit. We are posting there under the handle BitShares-Munich, so with the mother company. And of course, you can also go to the homepage, blockpay.ch, and here you can leave us a mail, a message. It's another good way, or just find us on LinkedIn. We're going to be there as well. Also YouTube, we have more and more videos coming up on YouTube. I think we have 1 video per week now where we upload and share our latest updates. What is happening? We just recently introduced our colleague Sylvia. Sylvia is from Mexico and she's helping us with the business development. She has a long history in the payment processor industry in Mexico. And now she's basically in charge of activating old colleagues, activating old clients, and also reaching out here to all major partners in Europe and America. She's very successful with that. I'm very happy. Like every week, she's bringing us new big clients who want to integrate already. And there are going to be a couple of more information about that pretty soon. And we also have a special for this year, Christmas. We have a little Christmas competition, but you're going to hear more about that in the next upcoming days.
Sounds awesome, Chris. Thank you very much, man. Ken Code's asking real quick, what's up with the new BitShares.org website? This may or may not need to be part of your segment, but if you want to answer
definitely, yeah. I have the drawings and the design already for the subsites. The main landing page is already finished. Just have to go with the designers over the second suggestions, and then I have to work on the text a little bit more because, as we already had with the Steam girls today, most of the texts today are very technical and not really for the consumer itself. So I have to dumb that down a little bit more, and I probably can do that over Christmas where I have more time.
Sounds good. Well, I appreciate it, man. I know that all the people who join up to these Hangouts, they receive information from people who are not afraid to come out and let people know what they're doing in the space and keep responsibility for the level of responsibility they've asked for. So you being so transparent and bringing this up and offering this up to anybody to ask questions is really a big deal. So thank you guys for helping to set that standard for a new kind of media. With that said, we are on to the 4th segment of this Hangout, and that will be with Jesta from Greymass. And Jesta, are you there?
Yep. Hey.
Sounding good, buddy. Well, how we normally go with this is I'll let you describe the project and give some updates and let everybody know where you're at, and then we move into the community question and answer period, and I guess I'll go ahead and step back and let you do that.
All right. Hey, everybody. I am Aaron, or Jesta on Steemit. You may have seen some of my stuff in the past. I run Steam Stats and SteamDB. I also post a decent amount. I'm here with my partner, Max. He goes by Pax Magnus. Say hi.
Hey there.
We have been working together for a while on a few other various projects, and I kind of turned him on to what Steam is and the potential that we've been talking about this entire last few hours. And we're trying to bring some of our web expertise, I guess you'd call it, to ecosystem. So what we're doing is we're shifting Greymass, the name of our company, into Steam-related projects. And the first project we're working on is called Reprint. If you have been around Steemit since maybe July or August, there was a project that I sort of started called SteamPress for a little bit. It was kind of a WordPress replacement. And since then, we've rebranded it into WordPrint. And it is a website engine that is designed to work with blockchains, with Steam being the first. One of the things I think that Steam really needs is for you to be able to pull your content out. Like, right now, Steemit is a great discovery platform, but with a decentralized system like a blockchain, you need to be able to decentralize the content as well. So we need these engines that will let people build their own websites. So that's basically what we're working on. It's built from the ground up, talks directly to the Steem blockchain, and lets you completely control the presentation of your content. So as an example, a couple weeks ago, I worked with Charlie Shrem, and we got geekinprison.com running, which is a reprint blog on his Geek in Prison series that has been doing very well on Steam recently. I don't even know if we're in the alpha stage at this point. It's very early on. It's been rewritten multiple times at this point, but probably 5 or 6 websites in existence right now that are running this software, and all just directly feed off the blockchain. One of the things we're also working with Fabian, who is doing Busy and Connect, and soon you're going to be able to vote directly on these websites, comment on these websites, and run it just like you would a WordPress website. What we're looking to do is to build up a community of people who, well, 2 kinds of people. We want to find people that A, run websites, and B, want to build websites and create a group of, I guess, an ecosystem of external websites based on Steem content that can kind of act as a feeder for more people stumbling into Steem.
What do you see, like, how do you see that working? I mean, how do you see people utilizing this?
I see the people that are trying to create a brand for themselves, that are creating series of content. They are basically the same kind of people that go out and want to start a blog and go to WordPress.com and sign up. And they just, start creating content, start attracting followers, using social media to pull people to their websites. Whatever the person's motives are, whether they just want to share their knowledge or they are trying to build a small business around it, I think those are both very viable paths.
Agreed.
I don't know if I answered you properly.
My next question, yeah, you did, and my next question would bring me to then, whenever you're going to be using this, why would somebody choose this over, say, WordPress?
Well, I think
what would you tell somebody?
I think it offers to the person that just wants to blog, it is a unobtrusive way to earn rewards from your efforts. Most of these people who will start a WordPress site will go on and sign up for AdSense, or they'll sign up for, share a link or something, and they will try to get eyeballs on their website, so that way people will click these links and they'll make money. So that way the author is earning rewards. Well, with Steem, that's kind of built in.
Yeah.
Not to mention, if you compare it to a WordPress site, like with WordPress, you go in and you write an article, and then you go off to Facebook, and you go off to Twitter, and you go off to Reddit, share it. Well, since you're using Steem on this side, that stuff's happening automatically. I mean, it's on the blockchain, which any discovery platform like steemit.com will automatically be syndicating your content, as well as anybody else that's running a WordPress site, or not a WordPress, a reprint site that re-steams that post. It's almost like ultimate form of RSS, where you can share your content, and it's just natively built into the platform.
And adds an extra layer of monetary incentive as well.
Absolutely.
In addition to the app, because what they're looking at, the reason I asked was because a lot of people, how they monetize it is either subscriptions or advertisements, right? There's really not a whole lot of other ways of making money. So whenever you're in this sphere, not only having let's leave the censorship free part out of it, which maybe we shouldn't leave the censorship free part out of it, but let's just set it aside for a moment. If we're just talking about the money aspect, that's, just adding another to a very short list of ways of monetizing content on the web is a huge benefit just out of the box.
Absolutely. And there's nothing to say you can't do all of the different methods. I mean, you could have a Steam-powered blog that is on your own domain that you then use AdSense on. You can combine all of this into one thing.
Cool. See,
and you're right, censorship. I'm sorry. The censorship resistance is a pretty important part, but I don't think it has quite as much mass appeal as the potential for revenue. Yeah, exactly. More people care about money than trying to resist censorship.
Until censorship steals their money, and then they'll care a lot more.
but
Which
and
just makes
you look
your
at
project
Steam
even better, right?
Absolutely. And you hear rumblings of censorship on Steemit, which just comes in the form of flagging. But really, that is just censorship within steemit.com itself, the website. I mean, if you have a blog, like if I had jesta.com, and I wrote an article that got flagged, it's still going to show on my website. Like, you can't stop that from occurring. You can't censor my website, even though steemit.com might be quote unquote censored.
So are you saying that the people who run these websites, they actually get to control whether that flag means something or not? Or maybe not today, maybe they can do it today, and if that's the case, please let me know. But if it isn't the case, that this actually could be possible in the future too.
Absolutely. With this type of application, you get control over your website and you get to pick what shows. That is primarily in the sense of blog posts. I know there's also discussion happening around comment censoring, which is a whole other layer that I haven't really explored, so I can't speak to. But with your website itself, it's whatever you want it to say.
Yeah, so you can actually kind of, and I think that a lot of people don't realize that, which is why I wanted to touch upon it, because you're kind of an expert in this area, right? You should be, after all the time that you've worked on Steam. First off, I will say that. So I'm not trying to take it away from you. You deserve it. But what I will say is that a lot of people don't realize when they're on Steemit, they're saying, I'm getting censored or I'm getting flagged, and that is not that, like you said, that's Steemit. And this is the first instance in a social network that I know of where you'll be able to make your own website. I mean, this is the only social network that I know of where you can make your own websites out on the web with their own domain names and have people actually monetize it that way and decide what to show on your site, because it's your website now is what you've essentially done with this, right? So you're giving that power to the person who owns the website to dictate what from Steam is on that website based on the rules that they want to have applied.
Absolutely. And you do kind of see some websites out there right now that do form all of their content around social media. It's becoming a bigger trend in the gaming industry right now, where if you go to a video games website, most of what they have is resyndicated tweets and Reddit posts and Instagram posts and stuff like that. And that typically requires some kind of custom website engine as well. And honestly, there's nothing to say that we couldn't go that route too. So you could intermingle the tweets and the Instagram posts with the Steam posts. I don't know why you'd want up to the other ones if there's a potential reward on Steam, but hey, if you want to do it, that's fine.
Yeah, well, the thing that would be cool would be the ability to post to various websites a portion of your content and say to read the rest of it or to see the rest of it, go to this website or steemit.com. I could see that potentially. But like I say, always, you guys will hear me say this often, I can talk all day. Does anybody here have questions or comments for Jesta? Because he is one of the golden nuggets of Steam. So, and his friend Pax here has been busting his butt too, and they've been doing a lot of cool stuff. So if you guys have questions, comments, anything regarding this project, please feel free to state so now.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I just had a question about the biggest thing of when you graduate away from WordPress is that all of the extra plugins that people like to use and the widgets, if that's not cross-platform compatible, do you have similar things that are going to be able to pacify people that look for those things?
Right now, the way that it's built, it does support plugins and it does support themes. They're not going to be just drop-in though, just because of the way that WordPress is created. The choice was deliberately made to move away from anything WordPress related, just because WordPress is a little limited. It does have utility, but it just wouldn't let us go the way that we wanted to.
That's a completely fair statement, and I'll tell you, WordPress is the hottest thing right now, but I don't believe it's going to be the hottest thing in the future anyway, so that's fine. And if you look at most WordPress websites, you could probably compile a list of about the top 15 plugins or widgets that seem to gravitate to everybody's site, and it's like almost everybody's using the same ones, so it shouldn't be that hard to duplicate the 15 most important ones.
Absolutely. I mean, there's great plugins out there, and I'm sure one of the plugins that almost everyone uses on their WordPress site is called like WP Super Cache or something. It speeds up your site. That's one of the first plugins that I'm targeting, because when these sites start growing bigger and bigger, you want the performance.
And if I might add to that, actually, I think we're probably going to end up taking a similar path to WordPress as it came up. That it didn't come out fully fledged with all the plugins and everything it does. It started out as a blog creator, then it kind of transitioned to a website creator. Now it's targeting being a web-based platform. And I think we're kind of going to follow that, starting out with really focusing on facilitating blogs on the web using the blockchain, and then graduate onto the rest of that.
One suggestion I would make for this project is, one of the things that has gone wrong with WordPress is that it's very spam infected because it's so popular, as far as people will take commercial templates, they'll re-release them on torrent or their own private websites with embedded malware. The trusted ability for plugins and themes now is very weird, and then you get all these themes that are not currently maintained and they're dropped and all that kind of stuff. So if people are going to be building on top of this sort of thing, make sure that your plan is solid on how to be able to get rid of that type of spam, so people have a key place to be able to get their proper add-ons and stuff without having a mess on the web that they got to Google to find them.
Absolutely, and that's kind of a good segue. We have a business plan behind this, that this project for us is two parts. One of it is, the first part is Reprint, which is the open source initiative that anybody can download, install on their own server, and run their own website. And the other half is the platform that we're building around it, which will basically be the first part is a hosting solution. So that way people who aren't technical enough to set up their own server, with PHP and all of the other things, well, I guess that's all you need. So that way you'll just be able to go sign up and install a theme and get started and have a very basic blog. One of the other parts is to have a marketplace. So that way people I don't know if marketplace is the right word. It's more between a marketplace and an app store. Some place that you can go and you can find themes to install, you can make quests for people to build things, and you can find plugins to install. Yeah. So we very much want to have this vibrant ecosystem around Reprint itself, much like WordPress has. I mean, you can pretty much find a WordPress plugin for anything. We want to commit ourselves to building that, just because right now there's only 2 of us. We do have plans to scale that up to a full team, but that's going to take a little bit of time.
Sure. And where do you guys feel like you are today, and in terms of like what your primary objective is?
Right now, Max and I are very much split up between our responsibilities, but I am building basically the prototype. I don't even want to call it an alpha at this point. I mean, if you want to use the software, you should be fairly knowledgeable of code and systems. So where we are right now is I'm building that, and Pax, on the other hand, is building the business model behind the platform side of things. So that way we can find a way to actually support ourselves and hire some more people to help us. Sure. Having a default theme, like a really nice default theme, probably somewhere between WordPress's default theme and Medium's default theme. Having that available and always up to date, so that way, people who just get involved and getting started have something nice to use, would be a big step forward. We don't have that right now. Mm-hmm. But we're hoping to have at least a tech demo out very soon that developers will be able to get their hands on. The business plan itself should be finalized hopefully by year's end, and then we're really going to start pushing things forward.
So for somebody who's interested in having one of these websites, who isn't quite as technical as they might need to be without these other tools that you've been talking about, are you guys planning on running sites for people, or for a fee, or should they look for anybody specific with any specific skill sets if they would like to run a site? How, if I'm somebody who wants to run a site, what do I need to know at present?
At this very moment, it would require some sort of developer who has a good understanding of HTML, CSS, and at least the ability to configure a server to run it. We would love to be able to build sites for people, but right now it's just me and my focus on the core engine. I think one of the goals is to have kind of a small community of developers that would be willing to take on projects for other people. The platform that I mentioned a little bit ago, we are hoping that'll be a turnkey solution, but that's not available. It should be as easy as you just signing up, and then you have your site and you have some instructions on how to configure your domain, and like the minute you want to take it to, I want to make this my brand, that's probably when you'll need somebody to write HTML, as is the case with like a WordPress installation, I suppose. And then once we have people working on themes and we have open source themes available, then people will have a wider selection to be able to customize. But right now, it's very much a developer's game.
And do you know other developers who are interested in working on it? Sorry, I'm sorry. I'll step back now.
No, I was just going to ask, give a heads up. I wish I could have done this earlier with another project, but there's a project out there called, I believe it's OS. No, it's not OS Commerce. I think it's OpenCart. Anyways, what they did was they were making e-commerce solutions where it was like an open source public code, and then if you wanted commercial support or commercial upgrades, they offered that separately. What they ended up having is that because it was open source, the upgrade path was near impossible, especially between major versions, which means that any traction they were getting, and they did get a lot of traction where developers were making plugins and different things and contributing, they lost everybody based on the fact that, to upgrade this store to that store, it was near impossible. So if the upgrade path for the core engine actually can be like something very simple, a command that you run and it feeds it from a server or something like that, make sure that that's built into it as well.
Absolutely. Right now, the upgrade process is a single command, so it's pretty easy, but it should probably have a GUI where you just click a button and it does it for you.
You guys sound
the software itself,
really that's awesome.
The software itself is very simple.
Very simple. It's not much code.
Sorry, I was getting some feedback.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I think it's once upon a time.
It's distracting. Yes. I agree, though. I mean, the whole thing has to be simple enough for anybody that would use WordPress would want to use, and the process of upgrading and updating things needs to not be a nightmare, because I know I've been building content engines for a really long time now, and I've done my fair share of WordPress development. And I understand those pains.
How do we get on a forum or a mailing list for this to be able to keep aware of it?
We actually did integrate a mailing list into our website. It's not super easy to find, just because I'm a terrible designer. But on greymass.com, on the posts, I believe, there's a sign up in the left column. I need to focus a little bit more on the experience of our website as well.
Well, and I think that communication is an important part of that. There are a few ways that you can talk to us. If you are a developer who's interested in developing reprint-based sites for other people, or if you want to talk about it, we also have a Slack channel. But feel free to email us at hello@greymass.com, and we'd love to chat about whatever you have going on. As Aaron mentioned, there is the sign-up that's a little bit buried. We can get you the Slack info, but absolutely, feel free to email us about anything. We'd love to chat.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I'm also available on Steam at chat under Jesta if you want to reach out. I'm typically on there all day, every day.
And just real quick, does anybody have any final questions or comments before we move to the next segment? Well, thank you, Jesta and Pax Magnus, for joining up. I look forward to hearing more about it, and I look forward to talking to you guys more about it. As things move forward, it's going to be really cool. I think these are the types of things that are going to really show people what Steam can do. I think that these are the types of efforts that will drive Steam's value in exponential ways, as opposed to the linear growth. So thank you for being able to recognize these valuable ways of helping out the ecosystem, and thank you even more for being here to do it. And finally, thank you for letting everybody know what's going on and keeping everybody up to date with it.
Absolutely. And, thanks for having us. And we hope to be attending more of these things and trying to make ourselves available in the community. We've kind of been in our little tiny office sequestered for the last...
We're basically debutantes today, so thank you very much.
You're very welcome. And one thing I will say to everybody here is, Beyond Bitcoin Hangouts, this is like the conference. I consider this like a conference, where if anybody wants, if you guys have difficulty getting on at a certain time, or you want to have your own coverage when you want it, how you want it, I always tell people to consider having your own Beyond Bitcoin show, for what you're doing, for your project. I always laugh at when I say it, but I'm kind of serious that whenever you watch news, I think that, you've ever heard the joke that politicians should be like NASCAR drivers with all the people who pay them on their suit in front of you. I find myself feeling similarly about the news of the day. So I think that it really, the future, I think, is communities of people who care about a project, or who are working on a project, or who are part of a business covering themselves. I think that's a very important thing that is being made available not only by Steam, but by all these tools like Mumble that we have. So I want to let you guys know, if for some reason these Hangouts become difficult to attend, if you start your own Hangouts and you want to put the Beyond Bitcoin tag on there too, so everybody who's part of this sees it, I am very much supportive of it. I don't even care if you use the brand name. The brand name is not mine. I'm planning on giving it to the Graphene ecosystem and BitShares. I'm just going to need a team to help me do that over the course of time. So with that said, thank you for joining up, and we'll go ahead and we'll move on to segment number 5, which is going to be Menta, who posted today regarding an RSVP about their new blockchain project with Fadat. I want to let them go ahead and talk a little bit about it. It's the Dawn Project. Are you guys there? Can anybody hear Menta when he's speaking, or is it just me who sees his lips flashing and nothing coming out?
Sorry, dude.
Sees his lips flashing and nothing coming out.
Hi. Hello.
Hey, can you plug in headphones or something? I'm getting a lot of feedback on your side. Can you guys hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Menta, can you do me a favor and go over to configure? No, but I'm wishing I can. Can you hear me, buddy? Okay, so go
Yes,
up
I can
to
hear you fine.
Go up to configure.
Yep, I hear you fine.
Okay, cool. Go up to configure, go up to click on that, and then click on Audio Wizard and run through that. That's usually the easiest way to set it up.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
But while he's doing that, Fadat, would you like to start up talking a little bit about what the project scope is, what you guys are thinking about? And I know that you weren't going to go too much into detail. This was going to be kind of more of a brainstorming / outline of what the plans are, but not necessarily anything written in stone 100% yet.
But that's correct. How about I kind of talk project origins for just a moment?
Sure.
Can I just test this mic for a sec?
Sounds very good.
Good, buddy.
Okay, perfect.
So, well, I met Menta actually because of Steam. Bren, Steam user rampant, and I flew from Hanoi to Siem Reap, Cambodia to attend the, what did you call it, man? It was at the first ever Southeast Asia Steam It meetup, right?
That's right.
Cool.
And so we came down here for that and frankly got all sorts of ideas. In fact, I live in one of those ideas right now. And so our project is a very Steam-inspired project in that we want to play with content chains and kind of take it to the next level. And I'm going to let Menta kind of go on and talk about how we're going to position that and what that's hopefully going to look like. But basically, you know, we're really captivated with the concept of these content chains. And I imagine Jesta can relate to this, and Max too probably, that the fact that the content is there, just sort of waiting to be rendered, is quite compelling, and it poses many opportunities.
Absolutely.
Yeah, indeed. There's a bit of an echo.
Hey, for that.
Hello.
I don't know if I muted you, just so you know. I'm not muting you for good, but if you have those headphones in, if you could plug them in, it would help a lot. If you otherwise, you might just have pushed down the push to talk button. So I'm going to unmute you. Yeah, I'm not yet. Well played, Virtual Growth, or not. I might not.
Okay.
Right, this is probably much better. And
or not.
Well, how about this? Menta, are you there?
Yeah.
Would you like to kind of take up the reins and talk a little bit about this while Fadat gets his situation with the mic fixed?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Sounds good.
Okay, so basically, like he was saying, this concept got born by us too here in Cambodia. Basically, on one night here in my kitchen, even we were just talking about these about the concept of content chains, right? About the serious lacks in the market at this time, right? And so we had this crazy idea of creating our own chain. Now, from that moment, from that time, we have evolved hugely, right? And we have incorporated older ideas and older projects from both of us basically, into our new concept. So Dawn will be basically now a multi-chain project, and we aim to incorporate different features into a single ecosystem. We think projects such as Steem make a beautiful opportunity for crypto adoption for the mainstream, which is what we have been seeing so far, right? But we want to take it a few steps further. And some of the features we currently have planned is, for example, we want to do a WebTorrent video platform, we want to do a social media platform, and we will create a decentralized computing grid that will allow for easy and cheap application hosting. Now, most of these things are already all older ideas that existed in the previous form, but we are now actually trying to enable this on the blockchain. And our first idea was just to do this all on one big blockchain, but then somebody had this beautiful and brilliant idea of doing a multi-chain project. And we've been looking for different kinds of blockchain technology that would allow this, and we found them basically. More specifically, it's Tendermint and Hyperledger, and I think the guys from Tendermint are here today as well. Because we believe in concepts of simplicity and openness and interconnectivity, right? And these two blockchain technologies allow for a really advanced inter-blockchain communication. And this would allow us to create basically a blockchain per feature we are planning, and then we can use this inter-blockchain communication to create a grid and to allow these to work together. And this would obviously is the main feature, the main benefit of this is scalability and speed, because we don't have one single blockchain controlling everything.
Right.
Yeah. So we are currently looking into using Tendermint and Hyperledger. A bit of a disclaimer: we are in a very early stage right now, so we can't go into too much details about the specific features because we are actually deciding them right now. Like these weeks, we are fleshing out all the ideas and all the concepts, and specifically all the specifics about it. So we don't know yet which we will use for what, but we are doing several tests and we have different concepts running already, right? But we are looking specifically into those two for now. But on the other hand, nothing would stop us to use any other kind of blockchain technology. This is the beauty about these easier blockchain technologies. They allow for this communication between everything, right? Sorry?
Can you guys explain? I'm sorry for interrupting. I just want to make sure that I ask this before I forget. What is the value of Hyperledger as opposed to something like Graphene? I'm kind of curious on that one.
Well, actually, in the case of Hyperledger, it's docs and industry acceptance. In order to get the sort of industry acceptance that Hyperledger seems like they're getting, we can't really say this for sure also because it's a fairly immature project, even though it is pretty well documented. I would say that the documentation and the large business angle is its advantage over, say, Graphene right now. But you know,
from what I understand, it's a next fork of some sort, which to me can it process it? Can it scale like a Graphene chain can for some of the services? I guess maybe you don't need that with Cosmos, but I'll let you continue.
Oh, no. So actually, Fuzzy, my question to you is now, which type of scalability are you talking about?
Yeah, you're right.
Because the different chains have very different scalability characteristics. Right now, Hyperledger, and we did not like this about Hyperledger. 10 nodes, that's about where they're at in terms of where you can be in terms of the size of your network and still getting good speed.
Yeah.
And then on the other side of things, just to kind of give a little bit of a compare and contrast, because I was talking about this in the Tendermint Slack just today, actually, that where Tendermint is winning, and it's a massive win. If anybody in here is, a mid-level programmer and interested in the blockchain, pick up Tendermint. Those are really powerful tools, and you will be able to build a blockchain in, days to weeks. It's not a fancy blockchain, mind you. You're not going to build Cosmos in days to weeks. You're not even going to build, you're not going to build Steem in days to weeks. But you're going to get the basic concepts of building blockchains using this toolkit. And that's really empowering. I've had a great time with it.
Can I ask you, I'm curious because I've seen Hyperledger as kind of inferior to Graphene in every way other than maybe the marketing and the business angle, as you say. But maybe they have.
I was talking about that with Tuan today. That's absolutely accurate, Fuzzy.
Yeah, but my thinking is, and this is I want to be honest here, guys. I mean, we all need to be freaking honest about all of these projects we're working on, because guess what? When people can trust that we're going to be honest, they're going to give us resources to actually build the shit we need to build. And then they're going to see all the other people who are wasting the money they give them, and they're going to just come to us and they're going to say, screw it. Right? So what we need to do is we need to keep moving with the truth. And my question is then, and it might be unpopular, but is graphene something that has been is the documentation or the lack of really putting together a professionally done, not like a community volunteer grassroots effort, but is it the lack of that documentation that really you think is holding you guys back from using something like graphene, or is it something else?
It's the documentation and it's the API interfaces. And I want to make that absolutely, entirely, and 100% crystal clear. Because Steemit is awesome, okay? Like, look, we would not be involved in this project at all if it weren't for Steemit, okay?
Oh, definitely.
We would never even have met, right? And and I would really like to see it get that additional layer of maturity. And in fact, I saw Xerox, I think many of you know him, talking in the Tendermint GitHub issues, and I think it was Jay, might have been Ethan, I'm not certain, saying that basically, well, what can we do? There are no standards surrounding this graphene chain, and it's true.
Yes.
Tendermint and graphene are, in many ways, quite similar. They don't do the same thing, mind you, because Tendermint segments the idea of operating a blockchain.
Yeah, Tendermint's kind of cool how they do that.
Yeah, it is. It's very cool. And it gives you a lot of flexibility as a programmer, because the piece that you're creating is the logic, and all of the infrastructure is there for you. I want to give a thunderous round of applause to the Tendermint team on that stuff, because I never for a second thought that I'd be able to build blockchains.
Well, I'm glad to hear that you guys are seeing this stuff as something that's valuable to you, and that we're identifying them in the space as being so valuable. I remember back in the day, the only other chains that were reaching anywhere near what BitShares could do in terms of transactions per the transactions per second, it was Tendermint was the only one that was even in the general realm. That's kind of why I wanted to bring up some questions around this, because from what I understood about Hyperledger, that was really the big thing for me. Tendermint wasn't much of a question in my mind. That's been something that I think a lot of people, even in BitShares, have respected that. But Hyperledger was a little bit, in my mind, more, might be lacking in some areas, other than maybe like you said, that business angle, which is huge, right? I mean, you look at Eth.
Yeah, like that's why we've chosen to implement a hyperledger chain. Also, you know, as programmers and an exploratory team playing with new tech, we want to know them. We want to know different chains. You know, I've gotten to know Steemit quite well, or the Steem chain quite well, and for me, the issue is definitely the programming. Well, one of the issues is the programming language. The other is the documentation. If the APIs were cleaner, there would be more I could do with it for sure. Menta, I'm going to kind of throw the mic back over to you because I know you're kind of meeting the community for the first time and stuff. So,
I will say that for those who are here who are coders, who are graphene coders especially, if you have any questions or comments regarding some of the stuff that Fadat's bringing up, you might be in a better place to answer or to ask some very valuable questions or bring up some topics that I might completely not even have on my radar. So I do want to let everybody know, just a reminder, if you're here and you know something that's valuable here, this is the place to say it.
Well, so I do see some really good stuff going on in the chat here. You have Jay kind of describing, getting into the consensus algorithm, Tendermint, which is Jay. Are you able to speak, Jay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can.
If
cool.
you guys want, let's do this. Do you guys have any more updates or anything that you'd like to get into with what you're talking about? Because he's right after you guys anyway.
Right, yeah. Well, that's actually why I wanted to pass the mic over to Menta.
Yeah, good idea.
Okay.
There's a few more things that we can talk about actually.
Okay, let's go ahead, and then Fadat, can you hold on to that topic and let's dig into that on the Cosmos segment.
Hello, should I start talking?
Yeah.
Yes.
Feel free to go.
Okay, let me set up my mic 1 minute.
Sure, and Fadat, if you could just hold on to that topic.
Of course, I can hold on to the topic, no problem.
Yeah, because I think this is a good conversation topic for us to go down. It's just like I'm looking on that road and I'm saying, dang, we're going to have to come back to this road.
Hello. Hi, what can I do?
Why don't you, Jae Kwon, I was just going to say, Menta, he's going to set up his mic and he's going to give just a couple updates to close off the Dawn project, and then we'll move forward with yours, and then we can get into some of these deeper questions and comments regarding Tendermint and Cosmos and some of the stuff that Fadat was bringing up, because these are the types of topics that can really go on for a long period of time. So I'm gonna let them kind of cover up their or end theirs, cap off their segment, and then we'll move on to yours, and we can get into some of this stuff because it's the perfect place to do it.
That sounds great.
And thanks for your patience, everyone. I want to remind everybody, everybody who joins these Hangouts has been doing so. Many of you have been here for a long time. And the people who are here, they really are not here just for the money. They care about changing the paradigm. And I think that it's important that we recognize that these ideas, we can always try to work together. And the more that we get together and let these ideas flourish amongst ourselves, the more that we try to utilize those ideas, the more we're going to build something that we can all depend on. And that's society, right? That's what humans like to do. That's what we do best is build these dreams that all of us can, that elevate everybody's lives. And I think for a long time we've been taught about, this illusion of not having enough in life. And I think that we have everything we need if we just utilize one another. So don't be afraid to use the tools that we're giving you, and don't be afraid to tell us where we can improve, because that stuff is valuable too. But always recognize that this type of stuff, what we've done here, it just seems to be getting better and better. We go through up times and down times, but all I see is an aggregation of amazing people doing amazing things, and sparks starting to fly and fires catching. So it's going to be amazing in the next couple years to see what happens. But anyway, Menta, are you there, or am I?
Yep, I'm here. I know.
Cutting you off. I'm sorry, dude. I like to get on rants because this, when you care about, let me just say this. When you start learning the realities of the world, which is what I learned when I went into the military, when I started paying attention. It can be a hell of a, they call it a mind, I'll call it a mind tuck, thanks Tuck the Man. But whenever we learn some of this stuff, it can be so depressing and can give you so little hope. But to see this, what I see here, and what I see in the technologies, and how our worlds, the people who care, are standing up and doing something about all this. So it's hard not to get passionate. But anyway, thank you for taking the time, Menta, and go ahead and feel free to cap this off, give some updates, and finish up with anything that we haven't covered on the project so far.
Yeah, thanks, and I agree with what you said basically. So there's a few other big features regarding our concept basically, which is something that I think Fadet has been wanting to do for a long time, and we hope that the blockchain projects enables us to do so, which is create an entire series of open source hardware, probably starting with an open source router, and we hope to start doing this from the end of the first quarter, but most likely beginning of the second quarter of 2017. We are based in Asia. We have contacts with Chinese manufacturers. So this is a very doable concept for us, something that is already worked out and is already in an advanced stage. One of the other main features that I didn't really went into is our decentralized computing grid. We already have basically the entire software that runs it, which will be based on Docker containers. So we will be able to host anything that can be hosted in a Docker container on a decentralized computing grid. Now, how we will actually install and organize a decentralized computing grid is something we're not completely sure of yet because of limitations of the technology we've been using. So we'll have to find a way around that, but I'm sure we will do that. And so this is about the main features we'll be doing. We are having a roadmap is basically to get our first chain that we will release will be, we call it the financial chain, which will handle the creation and distribution of our token. We will also create a working Qt wallet at that time. And that's when we also will start a crowd sale, basically. We don't really want to call it an ICO, so we call it a crowd sale. And that will run for a month or until all the tokens have been sold. And that will also, after that, that will also make the release of our social platform. And the rest of the features are being worked out when they will be released, basically. But I have a slight feeling that we will be on here a lot more to talk about the updates, basically. So that's about it, unless Fadat wants to add to something here.
Well, that's actually really about it for me too. Just that we're gonna integrate the software we release with a line of hardware, and so that you guys get an idea of where we want to go with that. In your mind, feel free to take it all the way to its logical conclusion, okay? All these technologies that disrupt the balance between the state, large corporations, and individuals, we want to push those as hard as we can, and we're going to do that beginning with this blockchain.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right.
I'll say this: I'm looking forward to seeing the open source hardware. You and I, Fadat, have talked about this and the importance of it for a long time. And for those who are not aware of the importance, I'm sure most of the people who are here are, but for those of you who are not, if you care about censorship and you care about control, Fadat can tell you much better than I can, but it really does start in the hardware. because it doesn't matter really what you have software-wise. If backdoors are built into the hardware, then you're screwed. And we know from NIST that that stuff is being done. And this is the National Institute of Science and Technology, the people who are supposed to be in charge of a lot of this stuff. So just something to think about. If even if you're wanting to invest in a project and you're not necessarily just caring about the money, open source hardware, I can't see you going wrong with investing and helping that industry grow. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, I just heard this long silence. Did you guys hear anything I just said?
Yes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay. There are times when I'll say stuff and I'm not pushing on the push to talk button all the way down, and I just keep talking and talking, and I it's impossible to stop talking sometimes, almost, but I do, and then I'm like, wait a second, have I been talking this entire time and I'm actually nobody hears me? Yeah. Well played, Virtual. You're more than welcome to give me hell. Go ahead, Menta. Sorry about that.
Can I just say, if anybody wants to contact us, you can contact us on info@dawn-project.com. I added it in the chat box as well.
That is info@dawn, D as in Delta, AWN dash project, P as in Papa, ROJECT.com.
That's right.
All right. Well, thank you guys for joining up. And of course, feel free to, I will also say for those who are regulars here, feel free to consider having your own Beyond Bitcoin Hangouts. Post them to Beyond Bitcoin tag, get upvoted, let us share them. And please share the people's content who are joining these Hangouts. You are empowering everyone around you. And if we all work in we all just do one thing every Hangout to help somebody else at a Hangout, then we're helping each other. So it's something just to think about. And whenever I end with that, but I'm going to move on to say Jae Kwon is here today too, and this is their segment to talk about Cosmos and Tendermint, which is something that was brought up earlier to a smaller degree, but we didn't really want to dig too deep into it until we got to their segment. So this is the point in time, Jae Kwon, where I will step down and I'll let you go ahead and step up. Why don't you go ahead and give everybody a little bit of an idea of what Tendermint and Cosmos are and the plans and moving forward, kind of an overview, and then we can get into some community questions.
Sure. Would love to do that. By the way, Fuzzy, thank you, Fuzzy. Is this server based in the United States? Is this largely a United States server?
Actually, this server is based in the Netherlands, I believe, where Joey D lives.
Okay, fantastic. Just some legal issues I have to clear up. So, thank you, and thank you, Fadad, earlier. And I'm going to talk about Cosmos and Tendermint now. So, very briefly, Tendermint is a blockchain engine. What it does is it has this blockchain structure. It solves peer-to-peer networking, consensus, Byzantine fault-tolerant consensus, without any proof of work for any blockchain. But it's agnostic to what those transactions mean. So as a blockchain programmer, what you would do when you're using Tendermint is you would program your own state machine, your own logic that can parse those transactions and make sense of them, and connect that program, pair it with the Tendermint program, and together they become blockchain node. And it's separated in such a way that it could either be compiled together if you're programming in Golang, or you can have it be separate, so you can program your application logic in other languages like Java, Scala, C++, whatever you want. So maybe another way to describe Tendermint is it's BFT middleware. So in some parts of industry, in software, there's the concept of middleware I think it used to be a popular term decades ago, used by IBM and other companies that were offering transaction processing machines. And so they were creating the hardware ever since decades ago with voting machines and whatnot. But to interface that hardware with the actual business logic, there had to be software that was acting as a kind of operating system. And so that's where I think the term middleware came about. Tendermint is a Byzantine fault-tolerant middleware. So it's a kind of middleware that enterprises can use, banks can use, consortiums can use to create their own shared ledger, aka blockchain. But it's not just for consortium chains. It's not just for private chains. It can also be used for public chains, and that's what we want to prove. That's one of the things we want to prove with Cosmos. So now going to Cosmos, what Cosmos is it's really just a concept. The concept is that there are many blockchains. Many of them are sovereign blockchains that have their own governance mechanism. And many have their own consensus algorithm. Many will be running on BFT algorithms. And some of them will be private. Some of them will not even have their own, sovereignty. But these blockchains will be connected together, and they will interoperate in a way that blockchains don't really do right now. So today, a lot of these blockchains have their own consensus algorithm. They can't really speak to each other. Even when we're talking about like decentralized exchanges, we're still relying on another system to be able to create these atomic swap transactions. The blockchains themselves are not communicating directly per se, but this is going to change. There is a way, especially with BFT algorithms, to have blockchains and quickly and efficiently communicate with each other, just as computers did when the first ARPANET was created. And that's what we want to create. And on top of that infrastructure, this kind of internet of blockchains, where blockchains are communicating via analogs of TCP/IP, we want to construct some services, some blockchains that we believe will solve a lot of the long-standing problems. So, for example, the first blockchain that will launch in the Cosmos system is going to be a hub. And by hub, what I mean is it's a blockchain, it's a multi-asset blockchain based on proof of stake, Tendermint proof of stake, that has its own governance system, that is providing a service for all other blockchains that want to connect to it, to allow different blockchains to transfer tokens from one chain to another. So on this hub, there will be connected many sovereign chains that have their own business logic, that may have smart contracts, that may not have smart contracts, that may be public chains or private chains. And they can connect to the hub and issue tokens on the hub. And users can move those tokens around from one chain to another. And the hub is responsible for keeping track of the total amount of coins in all blockchains. And so from the perspective of the hub, it's as if these blockchains connected to it are like multi-signature accounts. That's a general concept. I think the reason why we want to do this is because it's the starting point of solving a lot of problems that we see in the cryptocurrency world today. So interoperability is one. For example, like if you have a BitShares or an Ethereum chain, you can do some amazing stuff there. But if you wanted to integrate that into the other, so if you want to move tokens from, say, a BitShares-like system to an Ethereum-like system, and then if you want to move it into something like a Monero-like system, what you have to do today is either go through an exchange or go through something like Shapeshift. There's no real simple way that does it only through the blockchain and in an efficient manner. So by having this hub, we can make this happen. So this trivially solves other problems too. Well, maybe not trivially. There's quite a bit to it, but you can imagine how this would solve the issue of scalability. So when it comes to scalability, there are multiple kinds. You can scale vertically, where you have one blockchain that can process many transactions, 1 million transactions per second, perhaps. But the way I think of blockchains, I don't like the concept of scaling too far, because the limit is I want in my mind, a blockchain is something where anyone can kind of download it on their laptop and verify it for themselves. And so if it's not, if a blockchain is going beyond that scale, where it's processing too many things at once that even my laptop can't download it and verify it and audit it, then I think it becomes a bit of a different beast.
Problem.
Yeah. So instead, what we can do
almost sounds like it. I hate to interrupt, but it almost kind of sounds like, as you're saying this, it kind of almost pushes back in the face of what blockchain technology was kind of used for initially anyway.
Yeah. It was about massive adoption. It's about transparency, so that people can see that everything is legit. People feel like they can participate. It becomes an open API. But once you get to the range of like hundreds of thousands of transactions per second, it starts. We're talking about a realm where you need a massive data center to be able to process that. We're not talking about people like us being able to really participate. So if we limit a blockchain to something on the order of number of transactions where a laptop can process it, then we're forced to scale horizontally with many blockchains. And and what we need is a way to coordinate these things. So I think in the future there are going to be many ways to coordinate, many services that need to facilitate these many blockchains, and one of them is going to be this coin hub, and that's one of the things that we would like to build. But there's other things, other systems in the Cosmos system that we'd like to see as well. So we will try to fundraise for the development of those things. For example, one of them is a distributed exchange. So a blockchain itself could just run a distributed exchange logic. So imagine a distributed exchange blockchain being connected to the Cosmos hub. You can now transfer, people can transfer different tokens onto the distributed exchange and trade them. They can set an order book. Yeah.
So this is, I hate to interrupt, but this is exactly what I was getting into chat. So BitShares could potentially hook up to Cosmos, and if it's one of the first DEXs that is hooked up there, it would gain the advantages of all of this cross-platform capability.
That's right. Yes, we should talk about interoperating, because this is exactly what it's for. The concept of the internet of blockchains should not be owned by anyone, and it's not something we want to own. It doesn't make any sense for Cosmos to own it, but it's just a concept, and it's a way for us to work together by protocol, and to create a ecosystem together. And that's how the internet and the World Wide Web was created, and that's, I think, how we should be creating our new financial ecosystem as well. So yeah.
Jae Kwon, you're giving me goosebumps right now. I'm just telling you the frigging truth.
That's awesome, man.
I'm looking at my arms and I've got goosebumps. So
great.
Continue.
Yeah. So I think I'd love to see BitShares be connected as well. So that's something we can talk about. Maybe not for this talk.
Help us help you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll talk about it at some time.
Okay. Sure. In terms of so the distributed exchange, I think, is a big deal. So there are many decentralized exchanges today, but they don't really allow you to set like a limit order, where you can set an order, turn off your computer, go to sleep, and wake up and be confident that the order will be executed. Because the only things that do that really are centralized exchanges, or exchanges on blockchains that are sort of isolated from each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
There are atomic cross-chain transactions too, but those require both
That's
parties
another
to be
layer of
online.
difficulty.
It's another layer of difficulty. Yeah, it requires both parties to be online. What we need is something that mimics exactly the functionality of a centralized exchange, but it's done on the blockchain. And we have a proposal to make this happen. If you go to our GitHub account, I'll type it into this channel here, github.com/cosmos/cosmos. There's a document called dex.md, and it kind of talks about how we might be able to combine a centralized exchange, the characteristics of a centralized exchange where the order matching is done by a centralized exchange, so it's very fast to match, and all of those orders are eventually committed to the shared ledger, the distributed exchange blockchain, and so it's both fast to match and secure. No single party can run away with the tokens. And I think this could solve the problems that we've been seeing with all the exchanges, right? Like, which exchange has not been hacked yet?
Of course.
I guess there are some, but yeah, it's just a matter of time.
Probably the ones that are very small and have very little to lose.
Yeah, I think we've all been hit or nearly got hit by an exchange issue, and it's just something that's been holding us back, man. We have to solve it.
And one of the things that's been holding BitShares back and all these other blockchain-based platforms that allow you to issue and trade your own assets it really has been the fact that, there should be no reason why I can't easily trade my tokens on BitShares with another exchanges tokens or things like that. Like, these are the types of things that I've been waiting for, and I know that a lot of our community has been waiting for. So I'm actually very interested. My next question for you would be, are you guys going to be doing a crowdfunder for this or something, or how's that going to, or how are you guys planning on this?
Yeah, we will have a fundraiser. It will happen February next year. So we were supposed to do it this year, but we've delayed it quite a bit. And what we're doing now is we're focusing on Tendermint. So we have a production version of Tendermint ready by the end of January. And then we will have our fundraising in February. The date is currently set to be February 15th. That exact date may change, but it's definitely going to happen in February. There will be a foundation, but I think what we want to do is minimize the role of the foundation to be something that facilitates that initial fundraiser campaign. And then, like, all these foundations seem to have issues. So maybe what we need to do is limit its role to just documenting specifications and making sure that there are web resources available. Maybe it can do some meetup facilitation, but yeah. But
so there's going to be coins. You said fundraiser.
Yeah.
But you did not say ICO. Is this? Are these two terms synonymous right now, or no? Like, will there be a coin?
Well, I'll just say it's a good question. There will be a coin. I don't want to call it an ICO for various reasons. I think it has a different kind of connotation. So what people will be getting in the fundraiser, anyone who participates in the fundraiser will be getting staking tokens. So it's a very different thing than holding, say, Bitcoins or Ether, these staking tokens, because what they're meant for is they're meant for putting at stake. They're meant to be frozen. And we'd like most of them, perhaps 80 or 90% of them, to be at stake at any time. And the reason why is because it has to do with the solution that we are going with for the consensus algorithm to make this thing secure. What the Tendermint consensus algorithm does is it allows us to find out who is responsible for a double spend attack. So after a double spend attack has happened, it is possible to determine who is responsible for it. And it's necessarily the case that those who are responsible for it is a party. It's a coalition of at least 1/3 of the stake in terms of consensus voting power. So it's never supposed to happen, but for smaller chains and in exceptional circumstances, a double spend may happen. And the idea is that by having staking tokens frozen, we can determine who's responsible for it and slash their collateral. So it's possible now with the Tendermint BFT algorithm for validators, that's what we call these miners, validators who have collateral behind them, to post a significant amount of collateral because that's what the consensus algorithm allows us to do. It provides fork accountability, right? So it's impossible for somebody to get blamed wrongfully for causing a fork. And when there is a double spend attack, it's possible to find out a large group of people who are responsible. And that allows all of the stakers, all of the validators to have a lot of collateral behind them. And their job is to make their servers accessible to the internet and to make sure that they are not hacked, to have continuous OPSEC, right? That's what they're getting paid for. And in return, what we have is a blockchain that ideally should never go down.
So just asking a question here. Just I hate to cut in. I just want to make sure that you know somebody asked you a question. Does the protocol consider the value of transactions contained within a block versus the value bonded to a validator?
Sorry, can you repeat that question? I'm not understanding it.
Sure. Does the protocol consider the value of transactions contained within a block versus the value bonded to a validator?
I see.
And it says to overcome nothing at stake.
I see. Yeah. So I think this is referring to the transactions as proof of stake, TAPOS, that BitShares uses. Is that correct, Fox? Yeah. So to answer that question, here's what I think about TAPOS. I think that TAPOS is, as far as I can tell, and I read about TAPOS about like 2 years ago when I started working on Tendermint, so my knowledge may be of it may be outdated. But my understanding of it is that it's a fantastic heuristic for determining which chain is honest in the long run. So when it comes to comparing, when somebody who just came online, who came out of the jungle where there wasn't internet, and has to determine like which chain is real, then I think TOPOS can help tremendously. But it is a heuristic, and I think it can be gamed, assuming that there's some party with enough transaction power or coin days, or something to suddenly launch an attack. So I don't think it works very well in the short run. So in the short run, in the short range, what we have is the unbonding period. So after you pay, you post your atoms in the collateral deposit, it takes up to a month, say, to get them back. And so that's the short range, and that's how we protect nothing at stake in the short range. For the long range, we just kind of circumvent it entirely and say, look, if you're running a validator node or a full node, just make sure you're syncing with the blockchain frequently enough. You just have to do it within the bounds of that unbonding period. So you have to sync at least once every month. And we're talking about building a system where most of the validators are full nodes that are meant to be connected to the internet in a persistent way. So this shouldn't really be a problem. If there is a reason why this is not sufficient, then we might look at it as an additional heuristic, but it doesn't really, I don't think it's needed. We'll see.
Fox is asking for the light client.
For the light client, yeah. So there are, light clients. We can't expect them to be connecting to the internet, once a month necessarily, especially when you're going to go into a jungle for 2 years and not come out. So in that case, there is another way to service light clients. One is obviously if you're coming back, you can just, if you have social media channels or social network channels that you trust, you can ask people for a trusted hash, so that's the default way. But it is possible to have oracles that will tell a light client in a verifiable way what it believes the latest hash is, and if that oracle is lying to that light client, and assuming that the chain is still secure, even if the oracle is lying to the light client, the light client has evidence that it can submit to the real chain, the honest chain, to slash that oracle. So even though that oracle is not participating in consensus, they can still bond and have a collateral behind what it says. So that's what our solution will be for light clients. And yeah, this is in the Cosmos white paper. You can go to cosmos.network and check it out. If you want to check out the details of the Tendermint consensus algorithm, the Cosmos white paper has some of that. But for the specification and everything else, go to tendermint.com. And also check out the GitHub wiki for Tendermint. Another question just popped up. Have I looked at BC Exchange? No, I haven't. I don't know what that is. So just to wrap up, I want to say that Tendermint is free, open source. We're coming a little bit from the enterprising angle, and we've been marketing Tendermint toward like financial institutional businesses and startups that want to build chains for consortiums and whatnot. So like recently there was a POC by Swift using the blockchain, and the consensus algorithm that they were using was Tendermint. So like that's the angle we were going for with that stuff. In terms of Cosmos, it's definitely a public chain, and we want to build a public community around it. It's not something that we want to own. I don't think Cosmos should have an owner. Our job is to make sure that we can integrate with as many chains as possible to provide this common network, this common utility, for various reasons. One of them being, it allows us to securely transfer tokens with each other and to be able to move tokens from one chain to another. I think that's a fantastic thing to have. So I think this will be a big win for everyone. I think this could be something that brings the ecosystem forward. So I'd love to get Steemit, BitShares, and Graphene involved with Cosmos. We have a Slack channel. That's where we're most active. But feel free to check us out over there or send us an email. And
do you have a link there by chance?
Sure, yeah. Our Slack you can access by going to forum.tendermint.com/port 3000. But if you go to cosmos.network or tendermint.com, there are links to our Slack from there as well. And my email, you can just say hello@tendermint.com and I'll receive it. Yeah, maybe we should go into Q&A, or what would you like to do, Fuzzy?
Well, yeah, I would love to open up some more questions to everybody else who's here. I know that Fox really did ask he's asking some amazing and more deeply technical questions, which I think I'm actually so glad that he did ask them, because these are things that I cannot ask. But one thing I will say is that if anybody else has any questions, this would be the perfect time for them to speak up.
Yeah, actually, that's a comment from Fox that I kind of want to mirror. Thanks, Jay. Thanks. Seriously. You put power tools in our hands.
Hey, man. Power to the people. We're the people.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm actually a little bit sad that Bytemaster's not here if this is what I think it might be. So I might have to tell Bytemaster that he needs to come on for a hangout to listen and talk to you.
I'd be happy to do another show where maybe Bytemaster, maybe we can invite some other consensus people or something, have like a debate or a conversation. Yeah, I'd be very happy to do that.
Well, that's actually, ironically, exactly what Beyond Bitcoin's end goal is to enable people to represent their own communities in their own hangouts, so people know the bias right out the gate, and also to bring on the people who are working on their blockchain projects and allow them to all have a consortium. So that's the end goal. It's kind of the same as Cosmos, like where you say it's not meant to have a single owner. It's just kind of, I always tell people Beyond Bitcoin's too big for one person. It's Beyond Bitcoin, for Christ's sake. Yeah. So yeah, that's something that I would be very interested in talking to you about behind the scenes.
Okay, let's do it.
Oh, you have no clue how pumped up I am.
Likewise.
Does anybody have any questions or comments? Because I'm going to keep talking about how pumped up I am and how I have goosebumps because we've got. I mean, Jay, seriously, man, I've been in cryptocurrency for 8 years, almost 9 now, and BitShares for about 3, a little bit over 3. So you've got to think, I mean, we've been waiting for this type of stuff. And whenever you see this, you know very well what I'm talking about. I can see the Cambrian explosion when we put all these things together. If it works as I, and now of course I don't have the technical know-how that you guys have. So there might be stuff that's, it's naturally not going to be, just a Cambrian explosion without having to come back in at all. But it's going to move forward, and some huge progress is going to be made if you guys are doing some of this stuff.
Yeah, and we're just trying to help everyone. What I see here is the right people with the right attitude of going beyond Bitcoin, right, and going beyond a single thing to interoperate, to look for real use cases. Like, look at Steemit, for Christ's sake. Steemit, I think, is fantastic. It found something real.
I know.
Yeah, it proved something. Especially with dealing with censorship coming from more established channels like Reddit. I think Steemit is killing it, and I just want to see more of this stuff.
Oh yeah, Steemit is really a fantastic example of sort of a next generation platform, because the distributed network of nodes and the fact that you can start up a node and reinterpret the content on it, however, using a fairly simple application, or with a more difficult application, actually analyze the content in it and extract meaning from that too. These are things that individuals can do because these networks are open.
We'll start thinking about the fact that certain chains can start paying other chains for their data too. And I mean, there's so much stuff that can be done with this. We're really at the point, like, with what this is, what Jae Kwon is talking about, and what Cosmos is really, if this is to work the way that you want it to work, I see this as being the part where this can go mainstream. I mean, this is like one of the foundations to that aspect.
It's foundational, yeah. And to reach out to the mainstream, we're going to need a lot more of what you're doing, Fuzzy, and preaching, and also better interfaces. But mostly, it's about the community. So I'm really happy to be here and to talk to you. I'm glad to see that you're open-minded. Yeah, dude, this is fantastic.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Now, I will also say, first off, does anybody else have any questions, comments? I mean, this is a good opportunity. If Cosmos ends up getting some traction here, and it can really help us. I mean, how do you guys, maybe there's something that you guys would like to ask him for, a potential project that you would like to run. Who knows? You all have some potentially really good ideas. So I will step back and let the community kind of bring up some stuff.
By the way, if you want to reach out after the show, feel free to just email me and reach out in Slack as well. I'll try to make some time for any kind of comments or requests.
Yeah, I'm going to have to email you, buddy. There's a lot of stuff that I would like to talk to you about, actually.
Awesome.
Now that I have actually an easy way of contacting somebody, that's been my only problem the past couple weeks. I've been looking at the Cosmos website, and really the ironic thing about this, if you said you've been paying attention to BitShares for quite some time. I don't know how active you were, but if you were to peruse the BitShares talk forums in the early days, Cosmos, the galaxy, universe, that analogy, that kind of theme was exactly what we've been talking about this entire time. I remember literally writing private messages to Dan and Stan saying, we need to touch down on all these different planets because all these different planets are blockchains, and we need to get the people of these planets who are farming these planets and who are doing crazy innovations on their planets. We need them to all know that other planets can work together, and that we can all trade all of their planets' assets together and stuff. Like, these are the types of conversations we were having. So in addition to everything else, as if there was anything else that could be icing on the cake, is that the fact that I can really tell that you guys are coming from the same place that Dan and them were coming from in the very early days too, and what we were talking about in the very early days. And that really is what gives me goosebumps, because we crazy nerd sons of bitches, I hate to say it that way, we are. How many people could you talk to about this technology and they would get goosebumps, right? All of us here are the types of people who do this. We're here for a reason, listening to all these people talking about different projects. And when we get this stuff together and what you guys are doing, and with all of these types of people in the same place, I can't see us any negative aspects of this. So I want to work with you, and I urge everybody here to consider working with him as well.
Thank you, Fuzzy.
Yes, definitely. We can come on anytime, man. Please come
Awesome.
on anytime. I will be reaching out to Dan as well, because I think that he needs to talk to you. I try not to bother him too much these days, but I think he needs to talk to you.
We have spoken before, and I like Dan quite a bit, and I like what everyone at BitShares and Dan ByteMaster has been working on. So yeah.
So he's not a scammer, you don't think?
No, not at all. I don't think he's a scammer.
No, I just say that because there's a lot of people out there who, it's a hard. The cryptosphere is not all. There's some jagged rocks out in space that you can fly into at times.
Yeah, there are. I think some scams have been a problem, and it's another thing that we have to look into, especially if this space is really going to grow in the way that we think it will, in the way that we are making it do so. We also have to be, I think, responsible enough to think about systemic risks first of all. So making sure that we don't follow in the footsteps of like how Fiat messed up, starting with fractional reserve banking, and then the craziness that followed and all the duct tape that followed. But yeah, so let's make sure we don't do that, and let's think about systemic risk very carefully. But also, let's make sure that one of the systemic risks I'm concerned about is what will happen with just crazy scam coins popping up and misleading the public about what is real value and offering promises that can't possibly be fulfilled. So I don't know what the solution there is, but it does seem like everybody has this like mind, and also everybody is already doing the work of vetting various projects. It seems like we can share some resources to make it easier for newcomers.
Yeah, and I think that as we get more, as we evolve and our systems evolve, our networks of people who can help each other evolve, the resources that we have available to us evolve, we're going to be able to build everything that we need to make it easier for everybody. It's just, it requires those roots at first. The tree requires those roots for it to grow. So those roots, it takes a while for them to grow, but whenever they do, then that tree can get pretty dang big. So I really do appreciate, and you, Jae Kwon, I wish that I would have known you 3 years ago. I'm stunned that I have not met you yet. But thank you very much for joining up today.
Thank you, Fuzzy. Likewise. Talk to you soon.
God, this is an amazing day. Oh, well, there's another person you probably want to talk to here, because CCEDK is up next for his portion of the Hangout, and he is actually running one of the exchanges for BitShares, which is the open ledger.info exchange. And he's joining up to talk about some stuff today too. Hey, Ronnie, are you there?
I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. How you doing, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. I've been off and on here, just kind of trying to see when I had I managed to have some dinner also, so all is perfect now.
Great, great. Well, have you heard? Did you hear the earlier segment that Jae Kwon was talking about Cosmos? Did you end up hearing the previous segment where we were talking about Cosmos with Jae Kwon? Testing.
I can hear you, Fuzzy. I don't think we can hear him.
Oh, that's odd.
He just suddenly dropped out.
Oh, it's okay. We can wait. Real quick.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Now we can.
Okay, so let me repeat. Yes, I was listening in quite a lot on Tendermint. I think that's also Cosmos, right?
That's the initial technology that was their first project.
Yes, but I've been following Tendermint and Cosmos, but I haven't gotten all the details, but I did listen in here now. So obviously there are some quite interesting aspects here, and I'm always looking for synergy. So I'm sure we have something to speak about.
Yeah, I figure you might as well check into it, But that is not what we're talking about here for you. That's not why you joined up today. I did want to make sure that you were aware of the opportunity in case, because obviously you have children, you have a job. This is 3 hours, almost 4 hours right now. So, you've been around here for a large portion of time. So with that said, why don't I go ahead and step down and let you go ahead and give some updates, talk about your project, and then we can go into the community question and answer portion.
All right. Well, thank you, Fozzie. It's been a while since I've been here, and I must admit, initially I've been having this one PC down where I had access to the Mumble, so that was the first part. But for whatever reason, it suddenly came up again. Maybe I had a lot of positive thoughts or whatever, but suddenly the Mumble works again. So it does make it a bit easier to connect now, and I see that it still works perfectly. So that's dandy. So now I would just like to say, I'm not going to take the next 4 hours going through everything that I've been doing for the last few months, because I guess that's been so long that I haven't been here. But every day counts in this cryptosphere. So there's been a lot of things happening since I was last here. But I would like to at least mention some few points. And the first is the BloggersClub.net, actually the platform that we are at least now we're making it possible for bloggers in general to go and sign up and actually earn points, earn obits as a fact, for every time they daily share the news that we put up on that platform. So this is only the early step of the Bloggers Club, because we are pretty soon going to be adding Steemit as a part of it, where you can you can send. Well, I guess it's more or less close to what you are already doing from Beyond Bitcoin, maybe, Fozzie. I think that basically you're going to be sending and sharing news directly from the Bloggers Club, and by doing so, you are actually not only earning points on Steemit, but you are also earning rewards on Bloggers Club, where you can basically then cash out of these obits that you earned, cash it out on OpenLedger, the general BitShares platform. This will only be the first of many steps that we are doing for making the Bloggers Club the platform where we allow the entire OpenLedger decentralized conglomerate to benefit from all these bloggers that we expect will be connecting and joining up, all with the aim of sharing the news and making money as we do it. And it's not a complicated, what can you say? It's not a complicated matter to share and make money on BloggersClub. Not like on Steemit. I mean, I must admit, I'm there as BloggersClub, yeah, with an account on Steemit, and I love it because of the simplicity in it. But I hate the fact that I can no longer make $500, but have to settle with 50 cents or something for every single article. But then again, this is not really the important part for me when I'm on Steemit. I think it's just an easy tool, and I think that's what most people will agree on. So all we have to do is try to find out how we can integrate or make that a part of what we're already working on, and then what can you say, win collecting or creating that synergy among the things. So I'm actually really happy that we will involve Steemit on BloggersClub soon, and I mentioned that on Steamfest as well. I was there and I was presenting. I was really down with a cold right at that time, so I was not really feeling good at that day, but I think some of the message came out anyway on the Steamfest as well. It was a great event there, and I was happy to attend as BloggersClub. Yes.
So, out of curiosity, if people post here, are they going to earn Steam too?
For the moment, no. But I mean, actually, my idea was to eventually. I mean, you have to think this way. Once we are able to, what can you say, create the market where Obits and let's say Steam or even Steam dollars becomes a market that could be, what can you say, easily converted, or what can you say? We create a market that maybe says Obits Steam dollars. I know that Dan is working if he hasn't already done it, I know that he's been working quite hard on connecting the fiat markets and some other stuff with Steemit. I mean the fiat market markets that I'm operating, the euro and US dollar and so on. So I think it's going to be pretty basic to connect the Steam dollars to the Obits pretty soon. I'm already working Steam dollars as part of all the ICO auto modules, so that should help also in the sense that it will allow at least Steemit users to enter into the ICOs that we are running.
That's really cool.
Yes, even these early birds that we are presenting at the moment, which is right now the Sense gift card platform and our own. What can you say? Well, it's the one I call Get Game, the platform of game growth. So we're basically presenting and introducing a platform where we are inviting games to be presented via an ICO, and then basically, what can you say? It could be like an incubator for that game, whereas after it has grown, it could maybe even pass on to a platform like AppTrade that we will be introducing later on this month as this is the stock market of apps. So, I mean, I'm getting a little bit ahead here and getting a little excited with the different things that we are involved with. But the Get Game is actually, what can you say, at the moment introduced on the base of our beta stage Dynamesh Geo game, which is right now launched in Australia, New Zealand, and Philippines as a beta stage testing time, so to speak. And we are basically we're presenting the Get Game now on the base of that Dynamesh, so that we can initiate or release some funds to push the marketing quite a bit, maybe increase the time. I mean, or what can you say? Speed up the time we would like to actually get to that next level. but anyone who's actually living in Australia and New Zealand or Philippines at the moment, or anyone who would actually be able to sign up via those app stores, would be able to download the app and try it for real in whatever other country they are living in. So it is possible even now to actually try it out and go out and find some dinosaurs on the streets, wherever they are.
Don't get hit by cars.
Yes, I mean, I think it's pretty cool that at the moment I think that we have maybe six or eight dinosaurs. I mean, models already built and available.
That is cool.
So when and if you actually download that one and try it out, I have to admit I have not even done it yet, because on my iPhone I initially downloaded it for the Danish, for Denmark, and for that Wikipedia type. So the only thing I experience is what my son loves, like changing, turning the dinosaurs back and forth and all that basic stuff. But if you are able to download the real thing, you will actually be able to catch the dinosaurs for every 200 meters that you are walking on the street. And part of the incentive, or part of the, what can you say, future monetization part of this whole thing, is that when you walk down the street, whether it's locally or in a bigger city, we will be doing arrangement with the different major restaurants, fun parks, zoos, cinemas, whatever. Whoever may have an interest in marketing their product in that city would then be visible inside the GeoGame part. So when you actually walk around and you look into the augmented reality, you would then suddenly perhaps see the sign pop up on the street of the nearest McDonald's or something. And this is one way we will be going out and monetizing with the game here. And this revenue that we would be getting from here would actually be what the early investors joining the Get Game would actually take part in. So, and this is just one of 7 different monetization models that we're using to create revenue. Another one is, for instance, an AR watch that keeps you, what can you say, really on the spot with players and all that stuff. But it's all mentioned in the Get Game investment, can you say, paper when you sign up and ask for more on the Get Game platform. So you can look into all of that. It's actually divided into 2. There's a general presentation of Dynamesh for investors. You can find that on the investor page on dynamesh.com, and then you can look into the general offer that we do on the getgame.io itself. Either way, you will actually be directed to the other part. Whether you go one place or the other to begin with. So that was just a quick promotion of what I've been actually into the last 2 days, trying to get ready. We actually just but we presented the 2 websites, GetGame.io and ICO.sense.net. We introduced those 2 yesterday and today. So it's been a bit hectic trying to get them up and running. But yeah, so what I really want to take us back to is that BloggersClub, and just saying that this is one important part of what the Open Ledger crowdfunding solutions stand for, because they are, of course, an important player when it comes to sharing, marketing, telling mouth to mouth even about everything that's going on inside the DC, the decentralized conglomerate. And when I say decentralized conglomerate, it's actually, there was one guy who said at one time to me, why are you starting one project and then you're starting the next? Well, I hope that people will start to see that the DC is based on different, what can you say, products and different tools, all of them leading to basically present a crowdfunding solution which takes you or takes the startup from start to finish. I think that's a very important.
Necessary.
I think that's a very important part in the work we are all experiencing, because we are ourselves even learning as we go. There's a hell of a difference from how we presented an ICO 3 months ago and now, simply because we realized that you can't accept even projects that sounds good and even are kind of recommended by people if you don't follow them from start to finish and you don't make sure that whatever funds are involved are somehow tied up or secured in a way for all investors to know that that the project itself doesn't just step away and say, well, I'm happy, I got the money, see you later. Maybe we meet in Bali or something. Yeah.
You're talking about a level of accountability. That's something that we've been talking about from day one, really. I mean, that's one of the biggest problems in the space.
Exactly. And this is after I hired my COO, Annemieke Dirkens from Holland, this has become, it's become much more easy for me to make this happen or to make that possible. So of course, it has attracted even in the last, she's been now with me for the last 6 weeks or 2 months maybe, and we are based on that, introducing that sense as an early bird right now. The ICO expected, I think, 20th of January, and the app trade, the stock market of apps, we are expecting to do an early bird presentation initially on the 20th of December, and then ICO end of January, and then we come to February, and there will be, we actually have 4 or 5 already of similar size projects, and they are all with an interest for mainstream and institutional investors to access as well. And that's what we are kind of trying to achieve with these bigger ones that we are working on right now. We can take them from start to finish, but we really also want to make them count for something, and make them stand out and make a difference once we introduce it. Yeah.
Do you mind if I just pause for a moment here and ask anybody if they have any input or any comments that they'd like to bring up? Because you have covered a lot here, and I would like to kind of give the community a chance to provide some feedback if they have any.
Please do.
Does anybody have anything that they would like to ask Ronnie specifically about what he's covered, any of the projects that he's working on, or do you have any comments? Feel free to speak up, because, like I always say, I can go ahead and bring up my thoughts on the matter, but I'm certainly not as smart as all of you guys combined. I'm sure you can, everybody here has something that is very valuable that they can bring to the conversation. So I'll go ahead and I'll step back.
I've got to go to sleep in just a moment, but let's see. So just judging from everything I heard Ronnie say, one thing that I want to say to you guys is, to everybody here really, as much as we want to create a more accountable environment, I think that it's also important that we look at the fact that the majority of these projects, not all of them, mind you, there are scam coins and we should chase them out. I think it's OneCoin that's ridiculous. It shouldn't exist.
It's a cult, but go ahead.
Oh, it is a cult. Oh my God. They really get people into that. It's crazy. Anyway, they're very bad. My point here is this, that over-regulation is worse. Not by us. We're not regulators because we don't give ourselves government powers, but over-regulation is probably why, just for example, look, most of the interest in blockchains that I've seen anyway, I just commented on this on Twitter, it's not coming from the United States. And if we look over there, it's pretty easy to see why. It's actually hard to navigate the environment. As somebody on this show today had to ask where the server was, just to know what they could talk about.
Yeah.
And that's...
So
I guess what I'm saying is, let's try to... while we must chase the OneCoins of the world out of this scene because they'll kill it, there's another group waiting to kill it too. And I suppose with that wonderfully optimistic message, I'm going to head to sleep. Oh, but there's another thing. You know what? The technology is good enough that we're winning, so let's keep winning.
Well, and it really comes down to, kind of the initial topic that Ronnie was bringing up was the BloggersClub. And, he mentioned that it's similar to Beyond Bitcoin in some ways. And in that it allows other people to kind of, give their take on what's going on and earn for doing so. So I think that there's a market for this stuff, and the more people are out there doing it, the better we are. The thing that I've had to learn myself in this ecosystem is that even if we keep working hard, even if for some reason, somebody outcompetes us, God forbid, we're all better off for it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So it's like,
because
to
we
me,
will get the benefits of that next platform.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think that if we are all coming together to work, now that doesn't mean that, platforms shouldn't, especially early on, if they are philosophically inclined in the same directions to work together. But it doesn't mean that it's absolutely necessary either. And having that, the free speech element, and enabling everybody to take accountability and keep authority accountable is, I think, the cornerstone of how we make this make an honest industry, or an industry that is seen from the perspective of a little bit more honesty. Because the one thing that concerns me about all these ICOs is that, if I'm going to put my stamp of approval on an ICO, is it going to hurt people? Yes, there are going to be people who are going to lose out on every deal, but is it a guaranteed scam like OneCoin, or is it a pump and dump that has really good marketing that's flashy enough to get my eyes, and having a community who tries to solve this problem, I really think that it's a valuable project.
Can I just comment?
Please.
Yeah, I would just like to point out that the what I'm thinking or what I'm speaking about has nothing to do with going in and having governmental regulations or whatever. What I'm trying to do...
Yeah, you're talking communities finding all this stuff out, right?
Well, I'm basically...
Oh, I know you are.
I'm basically trying to make sure that not only does the startup have a chance of having a successful launch based on the proper validation at the beginning, and that's why we're saying we take the startup from its early conceptualization until launch. That is actually the time we're going to follow each of these ICOs. It will allow not only the startup to feel good about the support, but it will also allow each investor, based on our, what can you say, escrow-based solution, where we put in multi-sig features, accounts, and exit options even throughout the phase. It allows people, the escrow will be based on milestones, so that a third or fourth party, for instance, technical guys like Fabian, or anyone who is like considered an expert in the field that this ICO is operating under, would actually go in there and approve prior to any release of funds. This is part of our ICO startup now. So these things will allow both parties to feel secure with their investments, and the startup will feel secure that they are going in the right direction, and that they're actually able to provide the necessary papers whenever asked, like business plan, white paper, return of investment, or value proposition, or whatsoever. The things that are necessary in all of this, apart from the transparency and the trust and all of that. So I think, and with all this, I actually pulled up this because I paid for that actually, but I had a very nice, what can you say, we're calling it, what is it called? The Open Ledger marketing cheat sheet. And I had that made. I really had to pay quite a lot of money for it, but really I love it after, because it allowed me to pinpoint all the good stuff that the crowdfunding Open Ledger is all about. And for instance, when we went in and said, what is it that Open Ledger is actually doing when they're doing the ICO? I would just like to point out, in terms of marketing, you're covering branding, product validation, marketing and business strategy, website design and creation, investor relations, content creation, blog promotion, advertising, white paper creation, translations, video production, newsletter coverage. That's marketing. Public relations, press release services, media coverage, interview arrangement. And the nice part is the legal also, where we do legal analysis, regulatory analysis, and token structure advising. And finally, we cover the crowdfunding technology, the asset issuing. We're talking here the BitShares technology, the asset distribution, the crowdfunding module, the multi-sig escrow service, the pre-token trading, the token exit options, and token crowd. This is all what we are actually going out there and offering. And one guy in Las Vegas, that was actually the last day that I was there in October, presenting at this Coin Agenda and Money 2020. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was kind of telling him what it was all about, this Open Ledger crowdfunding. And he said, but hell, you are actually going in there and mitigating risks, or you are offering a mitigation of risk, so to speak. Why don't you go out there and speak much more about that? Everybody would want to know about it, because that's what we are needing out there. Everybody is doing things half. I've experienced recently, and actually, maybe that's a nice point here. We experienced recently this incident with this project called Diaz Razormind in the UK, where it was recommended to me, and when I was recommended, I was in the early stages of the ICO itself. It was recommended for me to go in and offer my marketing services, and I said, okay, I'll have a look. I had to speak with the guy behind. I looked at also who was endorsing it, so to speak, like the Vanbex in the Canada or whatever, and even the Omni Group had been mentioned there as the ones doing the escrow. it turned out that they never had agreed on it, but they never had said that they didn't until the shit hit the fan. Yeah. So also things like that, you really need, of course, to go out and try to what can you say? How do you say? Tell the colors you're wearing or whatever. I mean, say what you stand for before it's too late. It's very hard actually, but it's important in these cases. The deals turned out until now to really not be at all what it was presented as. I mean, the website telling all the different things in the world, copies of pictures taken from anywhere else on the website. I mean, names, even apparently the amount of tokens or the amount of money collected from actually being 6,000 Bitcoin, from what I hear lately, it was down to less than 900 Bitcoin or something eventually. And I mean, stuff like that, I actually offered people to buy into that via OpenLedger. And right now, I'm dealing with everybody. I sent an information via the memo of an OpenLedger to all of the DEOS holders who bought in. And it was not a lot. It was like 28 people. But I sent out to all these 28 and told them that they should contact me, and I would actually reimburse them into either OBITs, ICOs, or BTSR that they could then basically change into BTS or BTC on OpenLedger. And why I did it? Well, simply because I don't want to, be the one that people turn and says, wow, this guy, he presents and provides a crowdfunding solution, but he doesn't back it up by an exit option later on. This one is one of the things that one learns from, because one learns actually that it's not enough that everybody else says it's good. You need to really, you need to have you need to take it from the start to finish, and you need to be part of the escrow part as well. I mean, so that you can actually back it up and make sure that nobody is actually screwing you around. Yeah, and the only way you can do that is by following it from start to finish. Anybody can go out there and actually demolish or destroy whatever you try to build up if you don't follow it from start to finish. It's an unfortunate thing, but this deals only proved it. And I even have another one which I'm still trying to figure out how it is or not, if it's one of those cases or not. It's a delicate matter, but once I know, I will of course even tell. But bottom line here is we all learn, and as long as we learn, we will also stand so much stronger later, as long as, of course, we're still alive at that time. Yeah, I mean, we always have to be sure that we are, securing ourselves in ways where people outside cannot, based on their actions, kill your project. And all what we stand for and what we want to stand for is really that we want to be some of the early movers on the market, making really a difference and making the sun shine really all 2017 and 18. Yeah, I hope that we can all. I hope that we can all. I mean, my goal is even that with projects like Sense and AppTrade and similar, and I cannot tell you right now, but there's really two very nice and big ones and really interesting coming up. No, actually three, and they're coming up probably in February, and this allows me to think that this 1 million user goal that I'm planning for December 2017, I still believe it. Even 1 year, what can't happen in 1 year? So many things can happen based scaling and easy access to the DEX, and the easy access is of course one of the things. What do you call that? It's the Achilles not Achilles. I would. Yeah, in some ways, because we don't have the easy access, the mainstream users who really just want to exchange from one thing to another and stuff like that. We don't have that yet, but really having the designs made and at the moment working on 2 different access or entry points, so that one is for a very newbie guy exchange, really more or less picking directly from the market. I can say it will also because we are providing a very nice developer platform, big one, where we have Australians involved with Philippines even, preparing what can you say, contractor meets developer platform with OpenLedger as the escrow in the middle, making sure that developer is doing his job as according to the contract, and also contractor is doing his promise by actually delivering the payment. So we're going to be this.
I want to throw something in real quick here.
Yes.
And actually, this is huge, and I really hope that you'll end up integrating it into your platform. Payment is secondary, because when you finish one of these contracts as a coder, right? Even if they don't pay you, well, guess what? Your next job is going to get really easy to get, right? But you know what kills is when you don't get all the information you need to do the task, or you are left with insufficient pieces to actually finish whatever thing it is that you're trying to finish. Or another one, say you're dealing with an API, but that API turns out to be kind of trash. These are all toughies, and I'm not saying your platform can necessarily solve them all, but if you only look at, is the developer being given money, you're going to miss the point. Do you get what I mean?
The developer needs to perform the tasks based on the contractors, what can you say, demands. And there will be a fourth party in the middle, apart from the escrow, who will actually be there being paid to decide whether the developer has actually delivered. Yeah. So
well, are they okay? So there a few situations that I'd like to make you aware of. Okay. So the internet is moving extremely fast, right? And often projects do not stop. Basically, they often become something else. So in the case that everybody's satisfied, well, that's good. But how are you handling things like scope creep? Changes demanded by the customer after the project is initiated, things like that. Another one would be, an undocumented API change. These things happen. And what you've got is a really good idea. But what I'm saying is just getting paid is insufficient, because the discovery work for a major software project is epic. Okay, and this is why I work on a basis of non-refundable deposits. Just to start work on a project, somebody's got to put money in my hands, because, before writing a single line of code, there's at least 10 days work involved.
A lot of work to do.
Do you understand what I mean? Because I actually think you've got a really cool idea.
Yes, I understand. I understand perfectly what you're speaking about, and that also obviously some people need bread on the table prior to in order to actually deliver. But I think that this is something you can imagine. Maybe you can imagine that if you have a general. Actually, this is going to be like a dating portal. Yeah. Excuse me for the word, but it's basically contractor meets developer on a sort of dating portal where the developer is setting up a profile, putting in all the stuff he has in what can you say, he's able to offer, whatever kind, whether it's C++ abilities or PDP or whatever it's called, yeah? All these things, yeah? And the contractor, of course, will eventually be able, he'll be giving a shopping basket, and he can actually just go out there and shop, From the itty-gritty small things, he goes out there and he buys, and he shops, and he makes a complete package, and obviously there will be space to adjust and smaller agreements in this, so that you can say, well, I do need something upfront or whatever, yeah? These things are part of this whole deal, but what is important here is also that this platform will again be an ecosystem of the DC. You can imagine that the crowdfunding solution suddenly becomes one ecosystem bigger, because the development of the platform itself, we actually don't cover that yet or now, but we are actually able now to solve that as well with this platform. And in the end, it means that we basically can go out and cover whatever is needed there. And this platform, we already have something like 400 different developers agreeing on actually signing up on that when it's ready. So, and that of course is only a small part, because it needs to be, it is meant to be one that's going to go cover the whole world in whatever language, etc. And we will do the initial presentation, expected sometime in January. So, and this will, of course, have quite a lot of impact even on our official token of OpenLedger, the OBITs.
For sure.
Because this, there will for sure be something like, I'm still playing with the thought whether it's going to be a smart coin backed by OBITs, considering OBITs the shareholder of the, what can you say, the revenue coming in from this platform. But it will be so that contractor and developer each share a cost that they give to the platform itself to cover the escrow function and the fourth party to validate the work, etc. And then a part of that is actually going to OBITs as well. So yes, I think that that we will see, even with this platform, as well as the Sense, the Get Game, and the App Trade, they are all, what can you say, giving part of their revenues, no, not revenues, but part of the crowdfunding. They're actually giving back partly to OBITs via the ICO, via the crowdfunding service itself. So and OBITs is getting quite a lot of that share when it comes to ICO distribution. So so OBITs will benefit lots on come early February as well. I think at that time, and probably onwards in the year of 2017, finally we will have a currency on OpenLedger apart from the smart coins and BTS that will be able to really show off on the exchanges. That's my aim. So I'm gonna be going to China in January to be what can you say, making agreements with a few exchanges that we already set up for adding OBITs there, and still I hope that this guy Bill from Bittrex didn't forget his promise that he wanted to speak again of adding OBITs to Bittrex. If we are suddenly, out there getting there with what we have of the OBITs and any smart coin connected to OBITs, plus of course all the business generated by the Cent gift card. I mean, can you imagine that the Cent gift card with with the fact that they will have a token operating on their future platform, but everything, what can you say, when it comes to the token and its traded or its trading value, will all go back to OpenLedger and the BitShares channel. So whenever you wanna, if ever you wanna sell your gold box, for instance, that you will eventually, what can you say, convert. When you use the Sense platform in the future, people are actually entering the platform, they're registering, and then they're selling their gift cards, and in return they're getting gold bucks. The Sense that we are having right now offered is, what can you say, an investor fuel token. Yeah. So the gold box will be the token of the platform, and this gold box will also be possible to be traded on OpenLedger as well. So you will actually have the investor token and the equivalent value of the gold box traded on OpenLedger as well. It will be huge in 2017 on that part, and it will be with the app trade as well. App trade, the stock market of apps. You can imagine when portfolio of apps are, with each with each an asset representing each portfolio would actually be traded on OpenLedger by brokers from Wall Street, etc. Huge again. So I'm all happy and ready. I hope you guys are too.
So you think 2017 is the year for BitShares and OpenLedger to shine, huh?
I think it's time for the blockchain, and I think that BitShares is the only blockchain which has been kind of forgotten so far. And I think that's why with even the different, what can you say, projects that we have coming up where people are actually interested in using the platform, we will actually be able to make it shine. All we have to do is make sure that the mainstream people who doesn't really care about crypto or anything, that they're actually able to use it as well. I mean, we can see how Blockpay will enter with that, and so will OpenLedger through these different ICOs coming up, these different projects, where the platforms are going to be using OpenLedger as what it's meant for, this kind of trading mechanism or trading platform of assets. And it's going to be great in the future. I'm certain of that. And that's why I feel, I mean, at certain points, one could think that, I mean, there are some things in Steemit, some of the qualities there that I'm still trying to see how I can connect that with the BitShares itself. And one could imagine that there will be some kind of immediate sidechain style between BitShares and Steemit, and most probably perhaps even PeerPlays. I don't know. I mean, one could imagine so many things here. I think only imagination is at stake here. I mean, I don't have crazy imagination. I can imagine everything. So to me, everything's possible.
Yeah. Well, I will say this. Yeah, I think that BitShares, I've often told people that BitShares and Steem are kind of like yin and yang, because BitShares really needed what Steem offered. And Steem seems to think it might not need BitShares very much, but I actually think that tokens within communities, for various communities, are a very powerful thing. So that's what I'm working on. I can tell you Fadat and I have been talking about that for quite some time, and he's been helping me with precisely that.
Bye.